top so you'll become everything that you've been dreaming of. Baby, I've been in LA for too long, I still ain't found a place to call home. Ain't no fun in making it all alone. All this glamour at Grammy parties ain't the same. Had me wishing that I never got on that plane. 'Cause now I'm stuck in California, just trying to get to you. I might drive back down to Georgia and wait there for you. 'Cause I seen the fame, baby, they can have it. It ain't got nothing on you. Now I'm stuck in California with dreams that came true. Now I'm stuck in California, and it leads me back to you. Now I'm stuck in California, I'm just trying to get to you. Look away my insecurities, taste it with a bottle of Hennessy. Baby, I think that they all remember me. Mine ain't the same anymore. Sleeping on these hotel floors, thinking how could I have gotten this far? Ooh, all this glamour, Grammy parties ain't the same. Got me wishing that I never got on that plane. Now I'm stuck in California, just trying to get to you. I might drive back down to Georgia and wait there for you. 'Cause I seen the fame, baby, they can have it. It ain't got nothing on you. Now I'm stuck in California with dreams that came true. Ooh. Now I'm stuck in California, and it leads me back to you. It leads me back to you. Now I'm stuck in California, trying to get to you. California dreaming. Now I'm stuck in California, and it leads me back to you. Now I'm stuck in California, I'm just trying to get to you.
I never used to believe in fate, but there's no other way. I can't explain how when I saw your face, I just knew that nothing would make sense without you. This must be one of those stars align. How do I explain? Never felt more alive than when I look in your eyes. This must be like I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting. So sweet the taste of your lips. I love the way we kiss. Electric, your fingertips. I felt it under my skin when you touched my hand. I just knew that nothing would make sense without you. This must be what last night. Stars align. And the lights fade.
Now I should have sound. Oh my god. I updated my computer. Hello again, everyone. I updated my computer and it didn't take my microphone back into accountability. Oh, that's so rude. I had the weirdest, like, feeling just for a moment, like I have no audio. And I look up and I don't. Now we should. Now we should. Yes. Yay. Okay, what are you doing, overboard? Okay, now let's get ready. I've said 1,000 of the most important yet unimportant things so far. I'm sorry / you're welcome. Now that's better. Now that's better. Probably 90% of which was how cute the kittens are. Look at your little nosy. Look at your little nosy. Okay, let's get ready. I don't know what look we're going for tonight. I found this shirt at Target in the kids section for like just a couple bucks. It's for like Malibu, Barbie, Harley, racetrack, Harley, Barbie. I don't know. It's something. It's an existence. Can you get your paw out of this though? Because you're gonna pull out. Thank you. You can't eat those. It's just not natural. Literally and figuratively. It's just not natural. Get a little bit ready and then I want to throw up a couple more things on the screen for our No Nuts November this month. Excited. Oh boy, yeah, is that so? Are you kissy? It was like racetrack makeup. Just like a bright smoky eye. I would think. I saw your floof on that. What? He's looking at me like, I don't know. I didn't do it. Gunther stole my hair and put it on the brush. Zeke did it. Don't blame your brothers. Wait. You're gonna get a hair wrapped around your nail. That's a hazard. That's a hazard. It's hazardous. Hazardous materials. You're wild. Such a little gremlin. What did you get into earlier? Is that catnip? I think it is. It's all over. Where did you find that? Should all be in a jar. Did you break open a toy? Maybe. Maybe, baby. Are you just trying to hold my arm? Okay, there you go. That's better. Arm to arm contact. We'll do that. Does that please your soul? Does that make you happy? You are such a goober. You're a goober. It's the word of the day. Like right outside of the full moon, everyone's been a goober today. What's up, Chauncey and Pippi? Chauncey and Pippi were really good. Zeke caught a little cold, and Chauncey caught a drooly issue. So he got swapped for his dental today instead of Mr. Z-Man. Zeke's gonna go in next week. Zeke for next week. And Chauncey was a perfect gentleman today. I was looking back in my records, and I guess I have dropped him off to be sedated for something before, maybe x-rays. But that was a couple years ago. And I don't remember it. I thought this was the first time he was being dropped off alone and going under. But he did so good. He was so brave. Chauncey's a good boy. You just have to, like, regulate him so that he is a good boy. Otherwise, he's a caution may bite sticker. But he was a good boy today. He didn't bite anybody. I'm very proud of him. Very proud. Did not test out his new pearly white chompers. No, your brother did not. He was a good boy. I feel bad though. He's been having night terrors all afternoon. I think just like the anesthesia wearing off. Because he's still a little bit groggy. Like, not worrisome. But every time he knocks out, he wakes up and he thinks I'm not there. He'd be freaking out. So if we hear what sounds like a werewolf, that's my Pibble. I mean, I have terror. So he's a wild man. He had so many today. I felt so bad for him. I felt so bad for my neighbors because it's loud as fuck. Trying to keep him from doing it during the night. What do you think, Voya? Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we keep him calm? I think so. And then Pippi got, I don't know what it is, if it's an arthritis shot or like similar to like corticosteroid. She's slowing down on her back legs. Which, I mean, what do you expect when a dog is 15, you know? So, she got a little shot today. Hopefully that'll help her be feeling really good. Chauncey used to get it. He's torn his legs a few times. And it worked too good for him. So hopefully it works for Pippi. It worked too good for Chauncey. He was like tearing around the yard, like at risk of tearing his leg again. Monotional antibody? I don't know. Oh, including neurological issues. I will be mindful of that. Maybe he had a seizure once, like 10 years ago. Urinary incontinence. She already has that. I gotta put a diaper on her tonight. For osteoarthritis. Oh, I have to do the rebate. Sodas does rebates on, I wish I knew this when Ringo was super sick, on Serenia, Simparica, I think, the trio thing, Librela, Apoquel, and a few others. Stuff that my zoo takes. Pro-inflammatory mediators from immune cells. That's what it was first used for.
Boy, that's dangerous.
Thank you. It's dangerous. Oh, no significant difference in efficacy between Librela or meloxicam. I would think that the Librela wouldn't be as hard on the liver, though. meloxicam is an NSAID, I believe. NSAIDs are either hard on your stomach or hard on your liver or both, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Acetaminophen gives me an upset tummy. That's all I know. Where you're melting. You're melting. You're like the Wicked Witch of the West. You're melting. Oh, are you upping now? Okay. There goes the boy. He's on his merry way in life. We love that for him. Going to be my loyal watch cat. Set by my peeps. This week has been silly. I'm excited to kick off November, and more specifically, No Nuts November, with you all. And do some good stuff. I still need that. Because it's my birthday month. And I don't want any prezzies. I just want everything donated to Naws and Paws for a Cause. Formerly Spay, Illinois. If they still had that original name, it'd be perfect. But, you know, you do what you do. Walk-a-do, walk-a-do. And then for Christmas, we'll do CACC and Paws Chicago. That one I'll probably split between here and other sites. I am excited. I feel like this time of year gets so cold and dreary and not like sad, but there's nothing like really to perk up about it except like the stress of the holidays, and that's only temporary perk. I like doing good stuff this time of year. I used to get so annoyed that my birthday was so close to Thanksgiving, and then it was like Christmas the month after. I feel bad for my nephew. His birthday is right next to Christmas. That's stinky. I don't know, I feel like what we're doing kind of changes the whole layout and atmosphere of everything. Boy, your floof. Your floof is in my snoot. It's on my desk, it's in my brush. You're gloobing around, boobers. Oh my goodness. Really don't want that in my eye, please. Preferably. Is the clock moving on the camera? The babies just aren't moving. They're just chilling. Okay, they're just all sleepy. Sleepy peanuts. That's not the one I want. Forgot how much I love fresh new mascara. I think, as with so many things lately, another rant. I think they changed the formula. My eyeliner again. I do think that last bottle I had was drying out. But I think I just didn't notice it was bad. Or new the whole time I was using it. Because this one is like acting the same way. And it's weird. It's unnecessary. Unnecessary violence. What in the what indeed? 18 months? Sheesh! Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome, Cyrogenics. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, 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 ooh. I need to take these clouds down. I'm just hitting my head on them. Welcome. Thank you oh so mucho. Thank you for supporting the Stream Dreams project. Thank you for contributing to No Nuts November. I like saying that sassy. And thank you for being you. Wonderful human being. Boy, it jumped up. Is Gunther alerted? Yep, Gunther is at the ready. Gunther. You're wild. It's the word of the day. I keep calling everyone wild. And technically Voya is formerly wild, but still. Just realized what's it called? The tube, the tunnel standing up. It looks like a fallen over, sad, inflatable, flailing arm tube man guy thing. Voya, Pavlov TV. Is that your new middle name? I won't make you do tricks tonight. Thank you! You get a 2-for-1 deal. Hold on, that's for Gunther. You're too fast. Voya's like, I got more teeth, haha. You got more teeth to chew with. No, that one's for Gunther. No, that one's for Gunther. Hi. Okay, little trick. Little trick. Maybe. Up, up. Up, up. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. I was trying to get you while Gunther was finishing his. Do you want to or no? Say, Mom, it's Purrsday. It's my day off. Don't make me do things. Don't make me do things on my day off. Honestly, fair. I respect it. I respect it. I gotta figure out what treats Zeke can eat safely. If he's allowed to have, like, bonus snacks. Just out of the norm. I need to clean the wheels in my chair. They're fluffy. Deflated inflatable arm flailing, not flailing so much tube man. Yeah. That's what it looks like. I swept in here earlier and then I forgot to put it back down. I cleaned. And I'm too lazy to put it back down. He really does just love loves. I feel like love is his treat. I don't know. Well, then people make me feel bad because I don't give the zoo a lot of treats. And if they're going to be Pavloved for it, he probably will be too. We'll see. He's not yet. He's not creeping by the door. He's been doing every night out with the boys and doing so good. They had a little bit of social time the other day. But mostly separated by tents. I'm so proud. Zeke is such a love. He met my dad the other day. My dad came over to do the grass for the last time on Wednesday. Excuse me. It was weird. It was like it was a herp. It was a hiccup burp. Those are uncomfortable. Oh, gagging on existence. But he came right up to my dad. He was not hesitant at all. He was just like, hello, friend. He was so happy and sweet. My dad's like, he's kind of funny looking. Like, you can't call Voya beautiful and him funny looking. Come on now. No. No mascara in the hair. Not tense in the tents. Thankfully, no. They put them, we'll see when they do it tonight. They put themselves in there, or they have been putting themselves in there. I kid you not, by like 11 p.m. We'll see what their MO is tonight. But by around 11 p.m., they're in the tents. Just like, okay, here's our snuggly time for tonight. Like, I don't know if they think they're camping. I don't know. They're like little kids that set up a fort and then like don't take it down for a week. until everyone's done climbing over the mess, and then it must be justified. Oh, I'm done with that. To take it down. Or maybe I only got away with that because I was an only child. But like over Christmas and spring breaks, definitely not summer break, except for like during period chunks of time, not the whole summer break. But like Christmas break, especially Christmas break and spring break, we would always build pillow and blanket forts in the living room and just camp out down there. Actually, very sad, one New Year's, a handful of years ago, my aunt's dad passed away, so she flew down to North Carolina, and then I had my niece and nephew for like a week, and we literally slept in the living room the whole week. Like, not in like a trashy way, but we built a blanket fort and just all slept in the living room for a week with the dogs and the cats and all. I have so many cute pictures of Snoop from that timeline. He has an unusual shape and his eyes are really bright yellow. That is true. He kind of has like a... He's so gentle in his demeanor and he's so outgoing, but he has almost like a spooked look to him when his eyes are big. He's so cute, though. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to like find the best methodology for like lipstick. I don't know how to do lipstick and I'm not finding it. Starting off looking like Padme doesn't really work though. During some of that family stuff, it's nice to regress to a pillow fort. Yeah, it is. That was during the panini. So I think she didn't want the munchkins flying because of that. And it would have just been expensive to do 3 last-minute tickets instead of just 1 for mom. And they were still little then. Like, they were both single-digit ages. And that would have been a lot to handle. I can't imagine, like, trying to mom and figure out funeral stuff would be easy at the same time. Sometimes I just have trouble doing my makeup and momming. Like, come on now. Let's be realistic here. You didn't make pillow blankets for it too much until your cousins were around. Aww. That's cute, though. Were you guys really creative with it? Like, were they very, very ambitious? Mine always got caved in because Twinkie liked to jump on top of them. No matter how I did it, if there was a cover on top of it, Twinkie would jump on top of it and cave it in. They always got caved in. I always have to redo the top. Or I'd wake up with, like, just blanket in my face. Collapsed. It's so hard to do. My lip is still a little swollen from when Charlie bit it. It's your face is not symmetrical anyway, but it's extra not symmetrical. You were ambitious. They're happy with something simple and small. Aw, so like the 4 chairs and the chip clips with the blanket on top and like just a couple pillows inside. And you wanted mini lights and the TV and a Lego nook. I don't blame you. That's an experience versus just an adventure. An adventure ends. An experience is an experience. I don't know. What's a synonym for experience? In that sense of the word. Hey, baby eats time. That's perfect timing. Could offer Charlie. Oh my god, Charlie is on my shit list. Could offer Charlie as an alternative. Does the one collagen lip injections. Honestly, it was an interesting time to be alive because I feel like if I did get lip filler, I'd want it on the top more than the bottom. I'm happy with my bottom lip. I feel like my top lip is a little bit white girly. That's fine. I am a white girl. I don't expect anything else. But to see it like poofed up on the bottom like that, Like, just in the simple context of if I look from this side, that's how I would look. I would imagine if I got filler, and like, that's a lot. It makes you look like cartoony, like, there's, I don't know, I feel like that would fuck my profile up. That scares me. It scares me. Like, and it'd be strange. So yesterday I had like 3 or 4 errands to run. I had 2 appointments, and I was gone from like noon to 5 to like, I think I got home 5:14 actually, because I called my dad. And I came home and I heard water running, and I'm like, oh fuck, like what is leaking? What happened? What is the end of the world? Like, what? And I see the kitchen sink is on, the cold tap, thankfully. I look on my camera's back. Charlie, about 10 minutes after I left the house, was fucking around with the sink because she's a little garbage cat, and ended up hooking, not like opening on purpose, but hooking the faucet and turning it on. So it was running for like 5 hours. And I've never let water run for that long before. Like, yes, when I was a kid, like playing with the hose outside, but that was on well and septic. I'm on city water, and like, I don't know what the difference of thing, like, it's not gonna run out of water, but I just didn't know what was gonna happen because of it, if anything. So I called my dad and I panicked, and he's like, it's fine, nothing will come of this except your water bill will be higher. But she turned on the sink and let it run at like a third speed, a third of the way open and on, for 5 hours. Oh my god. Would that have cleaned out the pipes just letting it run? I mean, sometimes the kitchen sink gets clogged, and then I have to clean out the P-trap like yearly. So, was that actually a secret good thing? Was Charlie giving me an early birthday present? She is a little shit. I cannot believe that. I'm laughing about it today though. Yesterday I was a little angry about it. Probably. Mine just goes to City of Chicago. Public Works. Because it's your water use and how much you flush the toilet. Ugh. But yeah, it'll go up probably about $5 this month. I would imagine that's at least as much water as like probably a week of showers would be. To be running for that long. Oh, Charlie. Water won't hurt it, but will it actually help it? That's an interesting concept. I wonder. I know there's like products that do it, and I'm sure there's companies that do it, but I don't know which one to look for. But honestly, with my house being older, at some point, I don't know if it's even worth still looking into, because French, at some point, when legal shit is sorted out. Boy, that's my paint. Like how you can hire someone to come and clean your ducts. I wish there was a way to like hire someone to come clean out all your drains so they're nice and sparkly and new again. Probably not. That's what I was thinking. There would at least have to be hot water. But I feel like if hot water was running for that long, that would have put incredible strain and drained out my hot water heater, because it's not in good shape anyway. But shh, don't tell the plumbing company. They'll call me and try and upsell me again. Oh, it is a service that's offered? Just a plumber would do it? I feel like it would be so expensive. I'm afraid to try the at-home chemicals though, like CLR or anything. Mostly because the zoo, like, that stuff is stinky. We don't want to smell none of that going through nothing nowhere. And I also don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. The last time I used something like that, I used a bottle that was left in my house when I moved in, and it was right after I moved in. And I opened it. It was probably old. It was like CLR or something like that. I opened it, and it started hissing and bubbling. And I immediately closed it and put it in a garbage bag and threw it in the garbage. That's the only time I've ever attempted that. And that's how long that attempt lasted. Not long at all. Mr. Bean. They're very cute. I have lipstick on. Gentle kisses. Gentle ear kisses. I usually do the vinegar and baking soda and then put like a saucer over the strainer. Or not strainer. The... Where things go down in the sink. The drain. Wow. That was impressive. Where things go down in the sink. And then just put a little saucer over it so it like suctions. Clean yourself. Honestly, super gross, but it's probably just like sludgy from cleaning all of the pet bowls. Like those things that get gross and sludgy anyway just from people. But I feel like the pet bowls make it worse. Because cat food, no matter how much you dump in the garbage, it still has like a residue and it's gross. You gotta do it like every couple weeks. So it gets gross. But on the plus side, that means everything's clean and sanitized. Right, Mr. Bean? See, I don't know. I don't care. No, they're not. My dad would always, understandably, make me help. And I'm grateful for this. Even though it was disgusting and I had a very strong gag reflex when I was younger. And it would make me want to throw up. And it was shitty. Like, not literally, thankfully. But my dad doesn't really fuck with plumbing, and neither do I. However, cleaning out P-traps and cleaning out cleanouts definitely can be done. And replacing some pumps. If that counts as plumbing, I don't really know. But I'm grateful for having to had help with that. Because that's something I know how to do now, thankfully. And it does need to be done periodically. But I feel like with the well water, it was probably worse. But oh god, it's so gross. It's never not gross. Like, there's nothing you can do in life to make it not gross. Yeah, unless they're nice and new, and that's only for so long. Like, look at your nice new pipes a year later and tell me they don't have something that doesn't look new on them, or maybe something that does look new. Sometimes, literally. I have replaced a toilet before. That wasn't gross, though. I expected that to be gross. Oh wait, no, that's a lie. I didn't replace my toilet. I had someone come and replace my toilet. But I did replace the wax seal for my toilet years ago. And that was fun. My dad helped by watching and supervising, which was really, really helpful. What am I looking for? Oh, derp. We're not split streaming. I was looking for the wrong thing. Because I pretty much knew what I was doing. I just knew that I was handling a large piece of extremely breakable porcelain, and I wanted helping hands on hand. Thankfully, he did help with that. I appreciate that. It was very, very nice. You open up chat. Boop. Let me do that. Then we're gonna boop that over for a sec, and what am I going to do? Two things. Oh, how did I phrase this in my notes? Because in my head I phrased it weird. And then I rephrased it in my notes. Where are we here? Unlock. Uppercase. Because it's big, exciting words. I feel like it's going to be confusing, but I'm going to leave up the tub stream bowl. Everything will just cross over. It's too far. Too far. Far, far away. Wish there was a way to perfectly snap these, like a built-in feature. Of all the useless things OBS updates with. Let's update with that. Do I want to put up the goal counter? Make a goal for a specific amount? That's what was irritating to try and translate between Kick and Twitch though. And then there's like a bajillion things on my screen when we're split streaming. How do I want to do that? I will leave the Harleys in the hands of you all. But let's do this. Wonder if that makes sense. Maybe. Pause for a cause is the toggle I have, right? And does Nas work? I didn't test Nas earlier. Yes. I feel like that's like a secret code hidden language. Three out of X? Maybe that makes sense. Maybe it doesn't. Oh. I know nothing, Voyabo. I know nothing, Jon Snows. I feel like that's gonna be more crowded, but it's a good start. We'll take a look at it more later / tomorrows. 3 out of Twitter. I just scared Voya. I probably scared all you guys. I'm sorry. 3 out of Elon. 3 out of Twitter. Maybe a question mark would be better. Because I mean, like, I'm not mathematically savvy, so. Maybe using an algebraic bit isn't the way to go. Oh my god. Oh, I don't know where to throw in this little tidbit of info. I guess I could have thrown it in Discord too. But I'm rounding up. So whatever your guys' flat rate is, like say sub is, I don't remember what it is. $4.99 unless you use the App Store? I don't know. I will round up to the full amount. So I'm matching to a percentage? And I am excited. Pause for a Cause actually sent me a message after I put up my post, and I was like, oh god, no, I'm a hoe, don't do that. But I messaged with someone for a couple minutes, and I shared some pictures of Snoop, and I was like, I adopted my guy from you guys years ago, and just thank you for all that you do, and up and up and up. Trying to, like, retain some sense of hoe integrity. There we go. And I like scrolling through my Instagram while I had the dogs outside to go potty earlier. Or just Pippi to go outside earlier, actually, because Johnsy was getting his teeth cleaned. And I'm like looking through, I'm like, how bad is this? Like, it's all Instagram safe, but like, okay. Shout out to Kick and Twitch for taking up my life for like the past 2 years, because one, I've barely posted on Instagram, but that's for other weird mental hang-up reasons. And secondarily, mostly what I've recently posted is about our streams here. So you guys kind of saved my whole butt for that one. Hey, thank you so fucking much. Thank you. But somewhere I will edit and re-include the information that kicks are donated to. Whatever we earn this month is donated. There we go. They shall count to kicks and what's Twitch? Bits? Bits. I think the app is like $2 more. I think so too. Because it shows in my revenue dash if you subscribe through the app or online and what it is on your guys' end. And I don't remember. Where would that be? Over here? $6.49, I feel like. I can't look at past. Oh, that's how. I feel like Kick is getting more tidy, which is nice, but it's also very confusing. It's 474 through not mobile, desktop. And then you guys have been so responsible. I'm not looking back more than 2 months because I'm lazy, but you guys have been so responsible and mindful and taken my advice to just get on the computer for a dang minute and save yourself a couple of dollars. Thank you! You're an awesome human! Thank you, Osa Mucho. Pack it up! It's time to go to the babies! Hungry babies. Oh dang, Voya took that seriously. Pack it up. Pack it up! It's like, oh god, okay, where are we going? What's the next adventure now? Thank you! You are awesome. I bonk my microphone in appreciation. They were looking pretty nappy, but there's a beast within. That is for sure. They're little eepy beebs, but they'll be little uppy beebs in a minute. I'm wondering if I'm gonna regret wearing fishnets, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. That's why that seemed confusing. I opened it on the wrong thing. This is what we use for camera. Boop, boop. It's been too long, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I opened my computer this evening, and I'm like, what do I even stream with? OBS, Chrome, Notepad, Cat Cam. What all goes on my screen? Like, fuck. Oh my god. Pure willpower. That too. Voya. Everything. Everything and nothing all at once. We get our tripod. Zeke is in training mode for his fancy new feeder. Boop, boop, boop. And for as much as I complained about the split bowl, he is using the split bowl. It takes batteries, isn't that weird? It takes C batteries. He's doing really good with it so far. I'm impressed at its microchip recognition, and I did not need the Connect thing. I do need my tripod. That's what I got up for, you ADHD ass fool. You only need the Connect thing if you're going to use it on an app. And then like track, I guess there's like a scale inside of it, and then you can track the weight of like how their food disappears, so how fast they eat from like how their food starts in the first place. It's interesting. Do I have any boots? No. What are boots? What are shoes? Buy me some. Oh, we got a cute little thing in the corner. I got logged out. Get kicks. It says at the top now. That's adorable. And ow. There's doggies for that. Ow. Ow. That's what we meant, right? Ow. I just realized how similarly they're spelled in terms of onomatopoeia. That's funny. Perfect. And finally have data on who is the fastest eater. Money is on Tank. I would bet on Tank too. He eats so fast that he makes himself barf. He's not a recovered street gremlin. Gunther's gonna be the star of the show here. I'll lose audio for a sec and I'm gonna switch us over to mobile camera. I've been rewatching 30 Rock for like the millionth time. Camera. There we go. Look at Gunther. I swear this is so much more high quality lately. I don't know if it's like a little update on the phone or what. Makes me happy. He is on his little scratch pad. He's such a fancy man. He's such a fancy man. I think he loves the scratch pad too, which is cool. I might want to come back in here and grab my jacket. Otherwise, I think we're good. Oh, big stretch, Gunther. Big stretch. Big stretch. You're so cute. You got a booger. Oh, you have a booger. You have a booger. Boogers. Bogies. And sanitizers over here now. This is the heat being on makes his nose so dry. Even with a little humidifier. Like, what the French, man? His poor little schnoodle newt. His poor little schnoodle schnoot. Under my camera has astigmatism right now, and it looks so magical with like the music that's playing right now and the lights shining down like on you. Gunther looks like he's about to have his own rock show. I'm gonna try and clean this. There, that's better. Now it no longer has astigmatism, but that was so cool looking. That was nifty. Bloop. Bloop. Pop that over, and we're on the go. Yay, clean camera! Welcome, Talum. I think next time I do that, I need to put like a seizure warning. When I saw what I was doing on my screen, it was pretty abrasive. I wouldn't have liked to be surprised like that as a viewer, so I apologize. Lock the boys' door. Little breakout kings. Slavka is just a break-in queen. And babies! I'm gonna set us in there and then I'm gonna grab their food. So cute. They're so cute. Would you put your toy by the door for me? My cats don't do this, but I follow different cats on Instagram because I'm so cool. And some of them do this where they put their toys in their food, like thinking the toy is like sentient supposedly. That's probably just like anthropomorphism, but it's adorable and the babies have been doing it to where they put their toys in their food and it's so funny. Like, are you trying to make sure they have nutrition too? Are you trying to take care of your food? It feels a little chilly in here. What's the temperature? What is the temperature? Where's the thermostat? Oh, there it is. It's 73. Okay, that's not too chilly. I'm just crazy. Let me get your food. Hello, Miss Daisy. I don't know if it's a reflex or what, but they're starting to put their tails up for butt scratches. Oh, it's fishnet. What are you going to do with that? Jump down. She wants to watch the stream. Whoops. She wants to watch herself on camera. I'm just gonna let you do that. Okay, now it's bath time. She's so adorable. Get you some food and then do some butt rubs. You cute little bink. You cute little binky boo. Even Stripes is doing a little bit. A little bit. A little bit. She's sleepy right now, though. Sleepy. Sleepy. Stripes and Nibbler lost weight for... Let's see. Stripes lost just a couple of grams Tuesday and Wednesday. And then Nibbler lost a couple of grams on Tuesday. But they're both back up today. Daisy, of course, is still gaining. Daisy is 1,221 grams today. But you guys worried me. You worried me. You worried me. They're just trying to participate in No Nuts November. They're trying to give subs. Little CP beam. Get some food. Oh, it's a big stretchy. It's a big stretchy. Oh, no, you're not going to do it? You're too interested in sniffing the tripod. You frogged out. Alright, let's get some food. Let's get some food. Food. Oh, this is a big voice. That's a big voice. Yes. It is. Hi, Mom. Hi, Void. How you doing, baby girl? How you doing, baby girl? Hi. Hi. Eat this. Over here. Void. Make some food. What are you doing? You're so cute and silly. Maybe burning up a lot of energy with their play. That's what I'm hoping and thinking. And like they normalized today, so it's not really like cause for concern anymore. But it made me nervous. Oh God. Like what Daisy is doing right now. Daisy, you're very adventurous. You're very, very adventurous. Okay, let's make some food. Food. Are you gonna try and climb the stockings? I don't know how well that will work. Yeah, there's your food from earlier, and then we're gonna put it all together with a little bit of meal. I think also it might have been me transitioning them to eat off of one big plate together. Like they're not eating all of it, like they'll stop when they're full, but maybe that was stressful, so I'm doing different plates again. I just don't like single-use items. So if this seems like it's better, I'll just get a little like dollar store pack of baby plates or something. That's for me. Good thing you're wearing a hoodie and sweats for them to climb. I know. That was crazy earlier. I'm just surprised the camera grabbed it because when there's motion for a certain period of time, like consistently in the same place, it takes itself down. So like it won't continuously record like 45 minutes of motion. It's if Daisy is over here and playing and do, it'll stop at a certain time. But if she goes over there, then it'll start recording the motion again. So that's why I was shocked that it got recorded. The whole bit, even the end where I'm like frantically searching on my phone, like, did this get caught? Did it? I was so afraid she was gonna fall. Well, then she just rolled with it. It was so cute. She was very hyped for food. Alright, Stinkies. Are you ready for bites? You're a bunch of little gremlins. Oh my god. This is where I should have put the camera. Little beastie gremlins. They make me laugh, this like stupid like douchebag laugh. I'm like, and I hate it. It's annoying when I hear myself do it. It's annoying to hear. I don't like the sound. Oh my god. But I can't stop. They're adorable. I feel like for never having any like serving experience, I'd be a pretty good server. Food! Food, 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 food! Mama Void. What's up, girlfriend? What's up, girlfriend? Not our Daisy, never our Daisy. Not right now, apparently. There's food stripes. Come here, baby. Come on, food. Food. You're eating on that one. You gotta eat straight up, not sideways. Hello. Hi, princess. Don't you want to eat? It's food time. Food. See? Like, obviously you want that. You're eating it. Hello, mommy. When you finish filling up bowls, and then I would love on you. I got love for you. I got some love for you. Do you want some churro? Well, not churro, but knockoff churro. Some of Munster's donated treats. I'm dead ass about to ask Temptations to sponsor me. Like, just slide in. Damn it. I overfilled that. Slide into the DMs. Fuck around, find out, see what happens. Really, I should build up the Wild World of Serena Instagram first. And then reach out to Temptations. Be like, sponsor me, bitch. Give me your snacks. Give me an affiliate link. Let me do giveaways. Things. Hi, voiders. Into babies. Got boots and cats. Boots and cats and 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 boots and cats. Oh, is that a song that you like? Void doesn't like when I sing. She gets scared. She doesn't like it. But apparently she likes boots and cats. Boots and cats and 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 boots and cats. She likes that song. But she doesn't like when I sing. She gets scared. I don't know if she thinks that I'm like growling. Like the humming of the voice. I don't know. It's weird. She looks like a techno cat. Are you a little EDM kitty? It's because she's young. She's still in her teen years. She's a teen mom who just wants to get a damn babysitter and go to the rave. She doesn't want to stay home every night and be responsible. She hid. I thought she was getting a little bit more social, and she is, which is awesome, but only with me. Because when my dad was here, he said hi to the babies, and they did great with him. But she hid. She was scared. She did not like it. She did not like it. I feel bad. What's up, Miss Daisy? Stripes is eating really good. I wish Nibbler would eat more. She's so scrawny. But she eats like as much as everyone else. I just wish she would eat extra. She's so scrawny. She's not underweight and she's not too skinny. But she's the smallest now and she's scrawny. She's like her mama. She's little. I still can't believe there's only a half-pound difference between Void and Slavka. Void and Slavka. We're gonna eat some kitty food. Like, Void is small, but I feel like she's so much bigger than Slavka. She thinks you're caterwauling. That's possible. That's possible. Usually when I'm singing to her, it's like first thing in the morning, so it's probably not the best voice, and it's definitely kind of grumbly. Daisy, that's not how the bed works. I was gonna turn that back over so that it was right side up. I've had that bed out since the enclosure has been down, and they haven't laid in it, and now she finally is, but wrong. It's flipped over. Hi, baby girl. You had a tiny eye boogie. I'm sorry. Look at that tail. Look at that tail going up. I mean, like, she's smooshing out. But look at that tail going up. Arr. Come here. Look at that happy butt. I don't know if that's a reflex at this age. Or, like, what. But she's doing it. Nibbler's doing it. Stripes is doing it a little. Arr, 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 arr. Arr, 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 arr. It's so cute. It's so cute. Are you looking up at everybody? Say thank you, everybody, for loving me so much. Yes, you're very, very experienced and well-versed in love. You had the princess treatment. Where are your sisters? What are you doing with the iPad? What are you doing in general? In general. You're being silly over there. Doing what? What did you do? You're pulling up notifications. I don't care if our device has great new features. Oh, they're simping for me. They opened up my YouTube profile. Daisy's wild. So silly. So silly. That's exactly. Oh god, I have a floof. It's exactly how I clean. That's exactly how I mop the floor. Just Daisy on, Daisy off. For tough stains, we grab Nibbler. She's a little scrub brush. Just kidding. Stripe says hi. Oh wait, no, that's Nibbler. Nibbler says hi. She says, thanks for giving me a cool name, everybody. Don't tell Grandma and Grandpa I'm destroying the furniture. Come here, Nibs. Look at their little bug eyes right now. They're so cute. Look up. There you go. Their eyes are so sagey. Oh my goodness. You're a silly peanut. Using the iPad to take over the world, they are. They have too much access to the internet right now. Their world is too much of an oyster, and I don't even have parental controls on. That's not good. What are you doing? Nibbler is very, very interested in what you guys are doing. For buffing the floors, we recommend using your stripes brush. Polishing, there is a nibbler included. And don't forget your free Daisy mop pack. Oh, Void. I think Void has a little cold, and I don't know if that means the babies are going to get a little cold. She randomly has, like, not concerning, but like excessive eye discharge. And I don't know if that's just something that happened to her from being outside. I know the babies have scratched by her eye a little bit. She has a big eye boogie again. I just cleaned them earlier. If it's still happening tomorrow, I'm gonna give her antibiotics. That's my leg. Girlfriend. Woo. Woo. I shouldn't be positively reinforcing that, but it's funny. Stripes and Nibbler are behind you guys. They're on the chair behind the camera. Daisy is taking over the world. They just want to sniff walls right now. Blurp, blurp. Blurp, blurp, blurp. Give me that belly. Give me that belly. Give me that belly. Oh, I gotta give Zeke a can when we're done in here. I gotta trick him into taking a pill. Which will be interesting. What, are you gonna jump on that? Oh god. Stripes. Let's think logically, darling. They're going in between trying to lick and climb the walls to turning around and wanting to jump on the tripod. But like the top of it where like the phone and lights are. Hi, mommy. Hi, Buggy. It's not like a bad color, it's just excessive. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, don't move. You're about to be assassinated, assaulted by kittens. Look at those creepy little bastards. That's where they are behind y'all. Incoming Daisy. They're like the twins in the... Oh god, is it in The Shining? Oh my god. You guys are so silly. You're so silly. Yeah, don't move. They'll attack. Come play with us, Daisy. Come play. I think it's just this angle. It makes them look so creepy. Daisy's like, okay, I'll play. You guys are hilarious. Are you CP again now? Oh, I think I flipped the camera. That's going to be miserable. My apologies. Ah, ah, ah. Alright, let's let the babies seep. I feel like this is going to fall over. That's what they want to do and hang out with mom for a few. We'll say hi to Chauncey for a few because he's emotional. I thought it was The Shining. I don't know what I was thinking otherwise, but it felt wrong as soon as I said it. But I felt right while I was saying it. Daisy says hey. Hey girl, hey. Like, let me get that damn tripod. Let me get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I got it. But I didn't got it. You're silly. You're silly. Hi, Mama Bear. Miss Void. Miss Baby Girl. Oh, Daisy, are you gonna join us? I think it's because the screen is like moving. They're so excited about it. Daisy just gave it a whap whap. Hey, Mom. Void, you're such a good mommy. You're such a good mommy. You're such a good girl. She's doing a little butt elevator, and I'm happy about that. She does it so funny. Like, she looks broken. You're so silly. You're so silly. I love you, sweet girl. Little sweetness. Little sweetness. Daisy is a super outgoing kitten. I would say that Stripes and Nibbler are more, like, they're social, but they're more reserved. Whereas Daisy, I don't know, a murderer could probably break into my house and she would run up to them like, hi, how are you? How you doing? I'm fluffy and cute. I'm a princess. Look at me. she's kind of got no. She's a little like Slavka. She's kind of got no common sense. Oh God! Speaking of, they swat at each other when they're in the litter box, like Slavka does to everyone else, and it's a terrible habit. And I don't know how to break them of that. And I need to try to get them to stop fucking with each other like that. Because Slavka waits outside of the litter box, for Charlie, Kid. I don't think she's done to Marbs, but Charlie, Kid, and Chong. And she attacks them, like, right as they're done. She uses it as, like, an advantage, an opportunity. It's like, bitch, the bathroom is a sacred space. Your potty space is a sacred space. You do not fuck with the sacred space. But she does, and it's a terrible habit. Slavka knows better than to attack Marbles. Probably. Marbles is a rough and tough gal. Oh, Floyd love. Daisy joining in. Hi. Are you a butt snuggler? She still isn't snuggled with me at night, but I think we're getting close. She lets me touch her belly and her feet a little bit. We're becoming good friends, Floyd. She's getting so fluffy. She's so shiny. She is so goddamn soft. She feels like a rabbit. Oh my God! So the baby bunny that was in my yard earlier this year, I realized over the past few weeks, did not get any bigger. So he's like a dwarf or like stunted or something. I don't know. But the interesting thing is, I keep having to keep the dogs on leashes to keep them from like going after him, which I don't want to happen. Which is why it was a little bit easier when my neighbor's dog came trotting up the other day, because it was like, whoop, whoop. It was easy peasy lemon squeezy. But he has a normal size head, but a baby body still. Like an adolescent bunny, where like they're in between baby and grown up. That's how big his body is. But his head is normal size. So Cytogenics, you know things about bunnies, but anyone, if we know things about bunnies, how can I best try to support this little guy this winter? Like, would he like a little like hutch, like not to stay in, but like as an option? Would he like food supplemented? Like, this bunny has not left my yard since July-ish. Probably somewhere around there. And I realized that he is the same. He's not just like another baby over and over again. It's the same guy. He's just stunted. He's stunted. He's a stunner. In those cool winter nights, you just might be tempted. Maybe. That would be nice. I tried to put the bed up there so they're more like wanting to lay in like a people space. They're funny when I change the blankets though. They're just like normal cats. A lot of wild bunnies are pretty small. They are, but this guy is so small. Like, he's so little and he's slow. Like, thankfully my dogs don't, unless if it's a slow moving animal, like creeping around, like a skunk or a possum, they will get upset and defensive. But if there's a bunny running, they won't really chase it seriously, but they'll still chase it, if that makes sense. And this guy does not run fast. Like, he is slow. He goes at like a little baby jog and doesn't really know what to do. He doesn't run out of the yard. He just goes from like spot to spot. I don't know. He just is like not having advantages. He's the smallest full-grown bunny that I've ever seen, though. Like, his body is like this big and his head is like the same size. And he can't still be a baby. He would be grown by now. I don't know. I don't know if I should try and put out like a little like almost like a cat shelter, but more open. And then put some extra veggies and stuff in it. But I don't know if that would attract like raccoons and stuff too, to where they would bother him. I'm worried about him. I love him. I've named him. His name is Mr. Baby Buns. I named him. Gotta love him now. He is like a paperweight. He's so little. Yeah. Chronographic, there's actually many people that have told me a similar story. It's, it's just in relativity, cat toys are like tiny little strings. It's just a big string to play with. Swat, swat. Oh my goodness. I think just about every guy I know, I can't think of any guy I know that has cats that it hasn't happened to. I feel for your experience, but you are not the only one. You're so funny. Stripes is such a little rat. Look at that tail. Yeah, you get that wall. You beat that wall up. If it moves, they chase. They should have burrows already. I would hope so. He hangs out in the old garden space and in the 2 old fire pit spaces that are overgrown. So I would guess that he has some kind of shelter in there, but I'm worried. I see that he's a little guy and I'm worried. Like, I'm not gonna go and like capture him and like bring him inside, because that's just insane. But you're hurting her. Hey, hey, Mom, that's where you're supposed to do your job and correct your children. She has not corrected them for fighting too rough once. I have. Does that make me the father? Am I the authoritarian? Like, that's usually how it goes, unless it's Malcolm in the middle. Am I the authoritarian? Am I the father? Am I Lois? And she's Hal. And we have, oh, it would have been cute to call them Malcolm, Dewey, and Reese. I don't think Void is a Lois, though, but she's also not a Midge. Oh my god, if you were all boys. If we have a litter that's all boys. They're so cute. Just be nice with each other. Play gentle. Play gentle. Daisy, you're so big. You're gonna like suffocate her. Not really, but you're so big. You've got like 1,000 grams on the girl. Or 100 grams. Let me rephrase that. I don't know numbers. You've got like 100 grams on the girl. Come on now. Little Lion Kings. Nibbler is just so in her own little world. Oop. Alley-oop. Badoop. Skadoop. Fruit Loop. I don't know if that's from anything, but my niece used to say that all the time. Alley-oop. Skadoop. Fruit Loop. I don't know if it's from something viral or like a Vine or like God knows what. Skadoop. Fruit Loop. You guys are all so silly. Mom, you made silly children. You made very silly children. Stripes is trying to get Nibbler to interact so bad, and Nibbler is just floating in her own little world. Nibbler is a gargoyle. How so? Because she's at the top protecting everything? Uh-oh, where you going, Daisy? Where you going? I see you interrupted her. Now she's pissed. Look at that tail. She's pissed. Their tail womps so dramatically. Nibbler, do you hear that? You're a gargoyle. See, how am I supposed to do my job when there's other gargoyles up here? Come on now. Daisy, Jesus. Aw, kisses. But then bites. Yeah, Daisy, that's too rough. That's too rough. It's too rough. She's like, damn, shit. Okay. I'm gonna do it again, though. I'm gonna do it to her tail. Boy just watches. Does not do a damn thing while they are being so naughty. She does nothing. Nibbler stays in her own little world. And Daisy stays getting on everyone. And Stripes stays being ridiculous. Whoop! What happened there? What happened there? Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no, you tumbled over. You tumbled. I thought her feet were getting stained from the newspaper, but I cleaned them and we don't use newspaper anymore. We're proper ladies now. And she has like gray pads. It's so interesting. I've never seen them this like gray, this light of gray and pink before. Like they almost look lavender because they're so gray and pink. I don't know how to describe it. It's so weird. Oh god, it is Malcolm in the middle then. Void gets to be the fun dad. And I have to be the responsible mom. I don't wanna. I'm responsible for enough. Although in Void's mind, she's probably like, oh, they need to learn how to fight. We're from the streets. My girls need street smarts. No, they need house. They need house. I do. I do. I don't remember if they just go through 2 teething cycles. So really just 1 teething cycle. I wonder if they're teething again. I don't think they get their adult teeth until they're like 6 months old, though. Maybe there's other teeth growing in. Ow! Ow! I do find it very interesting that Daisy is a little bit vocal, but Stripes and Nibbler are not. Like, they just do little, like, rat sounds. They don't actually fully meow, or they make little chirps. It's not normal cat sounds, despite them being kittens. So I really feel like their dad was feral, because feral cats don't meow. Meowing is a trait that comes from living with people, because you gotta express yourself to people. But feral cats, unless they're in heat, don't meow at each other unless they're in heat or fighting, and then it's like yowling. It's not even meowing. Like there's no feral cat that will just that's until they're socialized. Then they might learn it, they might not. They might have like this derpy, like broken meow. But I find it very interesting. But Daisy reacts when I say like ow while we're playing. And so do the others. And I wish Nibbler and Stripes would meow and say something when Daisy's being too rough, or when either or is being too rough. Because I feel like that would stop her. And she's going after my Band-Aid. Ow! And she's like, oh god, I can't do that. Ow! If they would say something, then she would be chill. But no. You want to be with your mama? She just wants to creep around. Oops. What did I press? I don't know. Alright, Void. We're gonna hang out for a little minute here, darling. What I have this a second ago. There we go. And then we gotta give Zeke his little can. Because we can. She's so sweet. She's such a good girl. Someone who is very patient and loving and kind and mindful and soft-voiced should adopt Void. She is best good girl. She is best good girl. You get to be the fun parent, huh? I have to be the one in charge. There go the clouds again. Simply changed locations. In the little tent thing. I knew that was coming. Oh, is that Nibbler or Stripes? Nibbler. Stripes fell asleep from being an asshole. So he got very tired from being so very naughty. So he got very tired. Ugh. So he got very tired. Sleepy cheekies. He's annoyed with me right now. She says, Serena, I'm trying to sleep. Come on, lady. They like rubs right here, like the nape of their neck, and then little butt rubs. It's very cute. I'm impressed. Void is so silky smooth. She's actually marking her scent on the tripod right now. She is so silky soft. And do you have video evidence of her playing with the kids while you do chores? That's true. She's getting so playful, and I love that. I hope she doesn't lose that playfulness. Like, she still wants to play when the babies are adopted. Oh, God. Spider Cat does whatever Spider Cat does. Ya-da-da, ya-da-da. There she goes. I love you, Stripes. It's okay. You're sleepy. You're sleepy. I think you guys are writing checks with your mouth that your asses can't cash. Hello. Wait, okay. I thought you were loving on me, but you're using me as a launch pad instead. You're using Miss Daisy. You don't know. Stripes is like, I don't know what any of them are doing. None of it makes sense. Could play whack-a-mole. I mean, don't, because that's not nice, but... Alright, wildlings. Mommy, can you keep an eye on your children for me? She's like, I mean, I can watch them, but I'm not going to do anything about anything. Oh, Stripes' power nap is over. Serena, springboard TV. Oh, God. I mean, yes, but no, but yes. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Where did I have this Void? I got a Scamoochie. I got a Scamoochie the tripod. I love you, sweet girl. Oh, bless you. Are you doing sneezes now too, or is that one sneeze? See, I'm a ridiculous idiot. I hear one sneeze and then I start freaking out. Are there more sneezes than that one sneeze? Did that have a booger, or was that just a plain sneeze? Plain sneeze or side of booger? Daisy just like jump tapped on my back. It startled me. So apparently I squawked. You're doing it again. She's got the back of my shorts like the banana boat girl. Oh my God. You guys are crazy. You're crazy babies. Crazy babies. Crazy babies. And mom. And crazy babies. Oh, Stripes head back to CP. CP time. Eepies. Alright, I'm going to put Chauncey in here for a moment and then take care of their plates. So that it's all clean in there. Oh, Daisy, are you a follower? Then I'll bring Mr. Zeke his snackies and do his medsies. Dude, my menses too before I forget. Arr. Chauncey. Chauncey's a drunk puppy. Drunk puppy. Jump scare month is over. No, it's not. It's my birthday month. I mean, technically all month is jump scare month now. Because once you get to a certain age, the birthdays do be jump scary. Hi, Slavka. We love you too, darling. We love you too, and little kid too. Slavka LaRue. And Chauncey Pepoo. You're so silly and cute. Excuse me. I swallowed air with that. Slavka is getting fluffier. Look at this tail. My dad noticed that too. She looks scared like 24/7. And when she does get spooked, it's huge. Little kid was short like her when he first came here, and then within like 3 years, so full maturity, he got super fluffy like he is now. Fluffy! So I think that's what she'll end up looking like. I don't think she'll stay medium coated to where like she's smooth in some spots and then fluffy in others. Because I can see it like in her legs starting to come out more too. I think she's gonna be a big fluffy fluff. A big fluffy fluff. It's a very fluffy girl. Very fluffy girl. Hey, Chauncey and Slavka, you're in charge. Slavka, you might follow me. I don't know. Chauncey, it's okay. We're here. Be aware of the world. Thank you. You're so silly. You're so silly. Oh my goodness. Nope. Nope. Slavka, they're too tiny even for you. They're too little. No, the answer is yes. They're too little. They're just babies. Now Slavka and Daisy are playing underneath. They were. They were playing underneath the door. That's funny. Insane floof to match the insane catitude. Yeah. Oh my goodness, girl. I was gonna pick her up and show her floof, but she did a wonky move. Floof. Floof. Okay, she doesn't want to be held today. That's fair. She's like her mom. Insane floof. The kid tolerates her bullshit, which I appreciate. Their boyfriend, girlfriend. That's his trophy wife. Is that your boyfriend? Everyone else gets along with her, but he's the only one that like truly puts up with her. And it's so sweet. Like they snuggle together in so many different spots, or rather she snuggles in wherever he is and he just accepts it. He's so tolerant. He is so mellow. He's such a good boy. And she's just crazy. But he's such a good boy. You're such a good brother. You're such a good boyfriend. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I don't even know where you went, wild lady. You're a wild lady. Wild lady. Wild lady. Alright. Zeke stiff. Get him his can. Because we can. I'm going to throw a jacket on because it's chilly. And then, oh, darn it. Did that have to clip in somewhere and stay up? Oh, okay. That makes more sense. The gate wouldn't open and the two things like at the bottom to make it one way or another were open and they needed to be closed. Excuse. 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 A thank yous. A thank yous. Poor Tank is still in his cone. He went to the vet earlier this week because I wanted to make sure that his chin wasn't getting infected where he scratched it open. And it's not, thankfully. He's okay. But I gotta keep the cone on until it's like all completely healed up so he doesn't scratch it open again. My poor little buddy. My poor little buddy. Boy, you're so cute. And so is my pile of potential string clothes and laundry. I didn't know which pink stockings I wanted tonight. I did not know. I did not know. A little bit of coffee. And we'll probably switch tripods to the one that I hate. Oh, wait, no. We had this one out. Or this one? Yes. Grab Mr. Z-Man's can. Here's the poor little cone head. I feel so bad. He doesn't like it. He's not a fan. He's not a fan. But he's so snuggly and lovey with it. I think it like makes him feel truly helpless. He like realizes like, oh, I do need you, crazy food lady. But then when he had his cone off for 5 minutes last week after he got it off initially and then didn't have to wear it, but then did have to wear it again, he went back to his normal self. Like he was swatting at me, he didn't want butt pets, nothing. Like, okay. Not keeping him in the cone so he'll be nice, but it helps a little. It helps a little. Actually, let's do this like this. So, the boys think his food smells really, really good. You didn't know the peen cat smack was a normal thing? You thought you were special chronographic? Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint. No. Literally every person I know that has a penis and a cat that I can think of has gotten the good old smack smack. The good old 1-2 in the family jewels. That works. Actually, that should be easier to carry in general. Never mind, I can't do this. Gunther. Gunther going wild. Gunther had the biggest zoomies this morning, like bigger zoomies than he's had in months, and it was fucking hilarious. He was running around everywhere like a crazy person. Like, I thought there was actually something like a sticker or something stuck to his foot at first. But no. It was just Gunther. Gunthering. That's my boy. That's my boy. He's silly. He's very silly. Oh, in case of Slavka, let's scooch this. Scooch. The chair of no entry. Mr. Z-Man with the plan. There we go. Hi, Zeke Zekerton. Zeke Zekerton. Zeke Zekerton. Hi. You have such an insistent meow. Hi, buddy. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing today? How you doing today, babe? You gotta do your pill. We've got to do your pill. We've got a pill pocket. We've got a pill pocket. We do. Nothing wrong, just cat. Yep. He does have like an alarming entry meow because he's like so excited to see you that he just screams. A lot of effort goes into Slavka proofing the house. It kind of does. And that's my fault because I gave her early access to everything. She got spoiled by the beta release. And now the actual Game of Life is released and she's disappointed in the features that aren't included. That's actually a perfect way of putting it. She enjoyed the beta, but the final release is not what she was looking for. No, you gotta eat it. Not my fingers, too. Good boy. You want the rest of the treat? I grabbed too big of one. He doesn't really understand how to take treats out of hands. I don't know. Special boy. Special boy. I love you, honey. I love you, honeys. Haha, we match. We're matchy-matchy. We're matchy-matchy. All right, we're gonna make your bowl. No, don't rub on that because it's gonna fall over, please. Thank you. He's so polite. Like, everyone else is good, but Zeke is just like a damn good cat. He's a damn good boy, and he's gonna get super hype. Remain calm. Remain calm. Remain calm. Remain calm. Remain calm. He's getting less lap obsessed too, which I think is like showing that he feels more comfortable here. Like he doesn't just have to cling to me, which is good. I'm very proud of him. The boys' feeders. I'm still torn. I don't know if I want to keep Gunther's the way it is and then just see if he respects that. I'll probably try that first and then maybe return the second one if so. But I got 2 coming for the boys. Tomorrow we'll set those up and then it'll probably take them through the weekend to learn it. So early next week we'll probably get everyone all together. Mr. Zeke. And that is, I thought about this, I don't know, at some point last week. I hate having this door open in the winter. I hate it because it drafts. It's an old door, it's an old house, it drafts. And the desk is right behind there. And it's annoying. And it's gonna be cold because I'm gonna leave this open so he knows this as a safe place for like at least 6 months. And it's gonna be a cold winter, boys. Gonna be a cold winter. Hungry boy. He's so good. Look at that magic man. You're so fancy. You're like Sven and Robbie and Louise. So fancy. You know, other girls look at accounts on Instagram and they're like, oh my god, I want this purse. I want this jacket. I want this thing from Fashion Nova. And I'm like, you know what? Cat feeders. That I want to be like Sven and Louise. Front door need new gaskets? I don't know anything about doors. I've done like replacing interior doors and framing them out, but that's it. Do front doors have gaskets? Is that a thing? I feel like you're joking, but I feel like that's also possibly seriously true. Is that real? The house has just settled, and I think this is the original door. Oh, Chauncey. I knew he was going to do it at some point. I was proud that he took that long to do it. It's okay, baby. Okay. I'm here. Okay. 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 Oh, fuck. Fuck chair. Hey, boy. Good boy, you still eating. He held off for a little bit. That was good. He was doing them like hourly. I've dropped off, according to my receipts, I've dropped off Chauncey early in the morning before, but I don't think he was sedated for the last time. I think the last time was x-rays. And that was a couple years ago. And this is the first time he's ever been sedated. When he got his teeth cleaned earlier. Out of breath, I ran back to you guys. I don't know why. I mean, like, I do know why, but, like, I didn't need to run. I didn't need to go so fast. Jesus. Where's I going with that? Oh, and since he's come out of the anesthesia, he has a night terror, like, every time he falls asleep. I don't know. I'm starting to understand it, though. I think it all stems from, and I only thought about this today because one of the girls at the office was joking with him and was like, your mom's gonna leave you. And then apparently, like, I walked in at that moment and she told me about it. I'm like, don't tell him that. He got returned to the shelter. But considering Chauncey's beginning, I think it makes sense why he has night terrors. I don't know. Chauncey was found, like, with an owner, but, like, not really. Like, his owner had gone to jail and Chauncey was just at an apartment. And a neighbor had called Chicago Animal Control about him. And then he was taken there, obviously. And I think that was like a July or maybe like August of that year. And then he was adopted in October and then returned in November. And then I had adopted him in January. So I think that, like, initially being left and all the confusion forward from that until we were together is probably what he has night terrors about. I haven't thought about his beginning in a long time. He just likes Club Cult. This is true. Oh, weatherproofing. Like the strips? I forgot about those. I used to do those with my dad every winter, too. I can put some of those up. Let's go to Menards. Just kidding. Menards closes at 10. I think. I don't know. It used to. ASMR Zeke eating stream. Could you guys hear him eat? He's a little chompy boy. What would the gaskets be, though? But I know the foamy stuff would be good. That would actually be genius. Because I really don't plan on opening this door much either. I don't know. Today was the first day that I opened this door since Zeke had come here. Because I locked myself out of the house and I only have spare keys for the front door. I left with Pippi to go get Chauncey, and as soon as I closed the door, it's always as soon as I close the door, I realize I don't have my keys. but in one of my jackets and elsewhere, I have keys to the front door. And thankfully, I was wearing that jacket, so I was like, okay, Pocket, we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna figure this out. All right, we're gonna have a door insulating stream. Probably, honestly, sometime soon. I'm gonna be wearing my onesie, all bundled up. Gaskets are more of a permanent or industrial thing. Oh, I wonder if that would be a good idea for the French, or even here, if it's more permanent. But the house settles, and the door is hard to open in some seasons and some weather. I don't know. I feel like that would probably be like a reframing project to put something permanent in like that. The baby is being a baby. The big boy. The big boy. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I forgot about those. Hi. I think I put them up a couple years ago and they kept falling down, but I probably bought really shitty ones. It's a really good idea. We got to do that, Zeke. We got to insulate the door. We got to insulate the door. We do. We do. Aw. He's such a big love. He's such a big love. I don't care if I'm the headless streamer if we can see their cute little face. You're such a handsome boy. Lap time indeed. He does tiny biscuits where he like curls into you and then just digs like more. It doesn't hurt, like he's not rough about it, but you feel it. And it's interesting. It's acupuncture. Zeke's giving me free treatment. Right, go for this pressure point next. It calms you down. I think, I don't know. I read or heard somewhere, was told in therapy once or something, that like massaging this area helps relieve anxiety. Like it helps calm your heart rate. The webbing in between your index and your thumb. Like roll it around in like a circular manner. Hi, baby. My finger is toughening up. No more brace. I'm happy. I canceled my last nails appointment. I think when it's closer to my birthday, I'll probably go get a massage. Do that for fun stuff instead. And if I like that, I'll do that monthly. One thing I'm realizing was physical therapy, and I talked to my physical therapist about this, and it's interesting. I think, how do I even want to phrase this? I had difficulty asking her about it too. So since I've been in physical therapy, my back has been hurting again. Like it used to hurt years ago. And it's just because I'm a noodle and I do stupid things. I jump on poles, I flip over things, I do stupid stuff. I don't do as much stupid stuff the past couple of years, but I do stupid stuff. But it's been behaving quite strangely and similarly to how it used to. And I think things are like relaxing and moving around how they're supposed to. But I see my primary care physician later this month for my annual physical. Super fun. It's not really a big deal. They don't do anything. Oh, I have a weird thing to share about surgery too. But 1,000 things at one time. I want to ask him if I can be referred to physical therapy for my back or like something to do with that, where maybe we can get that unlocked a little and that'll unlock everything else. Because she was mentioning something. Oh God, I knew the name of the muscle when she said it, and now I can't remember it. It goes across your abdomen and then goes back through like this area of your back. But it's primarily in your abdomen, and I have a feeling that I have strengthened that one and allowed this one back here, like where it wraps around you, to get weak. And I'm wondering if I can fix that. I can't remember what it was called. Did she say abdominal trapezius or something? I don't think that's right. Can't think of the word for it right now. I don't know. We'll look it up in a minute, right, Zeke? We gotta sweep up a little, buddy. You use the potty box. Oh, Chauncey, baby. It's okay, honey. Oh, honey. It's okay. It's okay. Freaking out. Freaking out, man. He's freaking out, man. Hi, Zeke. Poor buddy. I feel so bad. He gets so worried. He gets so worried. He does. He gets so scared. That was like back to back. I kind of like relax him back to sleep. I think he just had like a double episode. There you go, buddy boy. There you go. There you go. Hi. Come here, you sweet bubble. Oh, that's gonna fall out of there. Okay, don't fuck with that. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it, Serena. Don't touch it, Serena. I mean, some of it is Latin, I think. I don't know. Your bones and tendon, I don't know. I don't know any more than what I think I know. I don't even know if I know that much. I'm trying to remember the name of it though. I know I knew it when she said it. And I can't think, it's something with a T. I have no idea. But I actually didn't know that there was like an odd set of muscles that goes through your abdomen and then like belts down through your back, like around your back dimples. And that's interesting. I don't really do much to work out my back. Arms, shoulders, abdomen, legs, hips. I don't really do anything with my back. I just assumed that my back was getting enough from like daily life lifting. Cat litter, dog food, bags, etc. My own bullshit. I don't know. I just assumed. I think I was wrong. I was very wrong. Yep, this is my post-Joker era. As with all women, when they become destroyed by a man, I got cats. Oh my goodness. Welcome, Joker's favor. Welcome, Smiley. I feel like especially if you have good posture, I would agree with that. Like your core gets built up through the daily. You're a little stinky. Did you just toot? Did I startle you into a toot? You're a little stinky. I guess like everything through daily life I assumed was working on my back more than my core. And the baby. No, Dr. Quinzel didn't go to that school to be qualified, unfortunately. Maybe things would have turned out much different if I had. Oh my goodness. I actually did go to vet tech, or I took a course to be certified as a vet tech assistant, because I can't do like all the needles and stuff. So that's literally just being allowed to be around the things and the animals and then like just holding them. But it was valuable for that time and that stage of life. Did I just annoy you by picking you up? I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, Chauncey. My dog has night terrors. I'm sorry. I have to get up for a moment, Zeke. I'm probably going with Chauncey in a moment. It's okay, buddy. Bye. Hi, I'm sorry I got up. Let me give you a few more smooches and then we'll go hang out with Chauncey for a little bit because he's having a time of it apparently. He's having time. Zeke, you're so pretty. I love planks. I'll just let Twitter auto scroll through like cat videos. Like I'll click on one and then the algorithm just keeps them popping up. And I'll plank with my phone below me and just stare at it. Well, not like below, but like tilted ahead a little bit. I'm terrible. I don't know. I don't like just like focusing on working out though. I like to be distracted while working out. No, it's much, I don't know, not less annoying. I feel like I'm accomplishing two things. I'm taking a mental break and I'm physically exerting. I think I need to reincorporate more yoga. I kind of put a pause on most of my yoga and went more in the direction of like Pilates, which I think would like make you kind of limber. But I think I need to go back to yoga, like slower movements. Slower movements. Do you know where's the Bat Cave? I don't, but the Batman over here probably does. A farmer's carry. Oh, you're telling me. I throw the dog food up on my shoulder and haul it. I had to stop and get diesel food yesterday too. I was all over yesterday. Charlie turned on the sink. I cannot believe she turned on the sink. I love you. Have a good little bath time. I will probably have to sleep with, Chauncey tonight. But you should have your space. I don't know. I guess somewhere in my head I convinced myself that like all of the climbing over gates and bending down and picking up bowls and lifting things around and all of that fun stuff was enough for my back to be limber. And I don't think that's true anymore. I think you're right about it affects the core more. Okay, that one's all good. Hop in with Chauncey for a bitty. I'm gonna grab my coffee and heat it up so we can bring it in there. And put Zeke's can in the garbage. The garbage. But you are strange. You don't mad like always. I think I'm rarely mad on stream. Like less than a handful of times than I can count on one hand. I don't know. You might have caught me on a bad day though. I am Harley, but I will be human. I do make it a point to not stream if I'm in a bad mood to start, though. There's enough grumbly in the world. There's no point in me logging on and being grumbly. It's not worth anything to miss out on to log on grumbly. It's not worth it. We don't just show up to show up in this house. But we do go see Mr. Chauncey. Oh, and does no work. There we go. Beautiful. Marvelous. Fantastical. She's upset we were calling her a garbage cat. She'll henceforth be known as the sink gremlin. She's a little shit. I cannot believe she turned on the faucet. Oh, excuse me, Voya. I apologize for getting in your desk space there. Son. Voya's taking over mod privileges. Bloop, bloop. Let's give Chauncey some bonus love. Some bonus love. Poor buddy. I think he'll be fine by tomorrow, but he's just like, I don't know. He seems sleepy after anesthesia. I'm like awake after anesthesia. It fucks up my sleep schedule. I couldn't sleep the whole rest of the day until like 2:00 in the morning the night after. Oh, you know what's so weird? I thought of it earlier, and I don't know if I ever paid attention to this before, and maybe they didn't do it before either, but they don't run blood work on you, or at least they didn't for me before my procedure. Where anytime they go under, I run blood work on them to make sure, like, I haven't had blood work done recently. What if there was something wrong? Everyone's getting banned with Voya at the helm. Maybe. I make no promises. Does my head smell good? The lipstick is kind of scented. He likes it a little bit. Can't pull these out. What are you doing, Stinky? Hey, thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you. That'll show him because he's not getting treats, but he's hearing the sound. That's just rude. You're trolling a cat. Thank you. Thank you oh so mucho. Thank you, you wonderful human being. I'll update our count when we're done patting the gremlin's butt. Chauncey, just mind your tail wag. No free butts. No free butts. No free butts. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the Stream the Dreams project. Thank you for contributing to No Nuts November. And thank you for being you. We appreciate you. I did change up the little dreams toggle a little bit. I think I'm happy with it now. I felt like it was too cheesy before. Like, it was nice to include Gunther, but it didn't really make sense. No one ever asked me about my little gun. Are you feeling funkies? You had happy teeth, though. Oh, my goodness. Over the past, like, 2 or 3 weeks... Oh, well, I'm going to talk about you for a minute. Chauncey had been drooling really bad while he was outside, but then, like, Adoy, half the time when he's outside, it's after he's had a meal. But he was drooling so much, and I thought it was just good smells. And then I looked in his mouth, and I saw it was really red, and I was like, oh, shit. So he took Zeke's spot, and Zeke's going to go for a dental next week. Next week. Yeah. Chauncey got his teeth cleaned today. He was so good. He didn't bite anybody. No, you didn't bite anybody. Say, I wanted to, but I didn't. You're such a pretty puppy. My little old man. You're such a pretty boy. He's such a cutie. You're so cute and sweet. Get some ear rubs. Some ear tugs. Some ear rubs. Some ear tugs. You're so cute. You're so cute. Who made you so cute? I bet Chauncey was the cutest baby. I mean, all the babies are the cutest baby. But I bet Chauncey was the cutest baby. The cutest baby ever. You being a crybaby tonight. You struggling emotionally. That's okay. We all struggle emotionally sometimes. We don't all scream like you, but we all struggle emotionally. And that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna get my coffee. You're in charge, Chauncey. I want coffee. You're in charge. Coffee. Coffee. I think I've been washing and using this cup for like over a month now. Just every fucking day. It's been an easy life though. I haven't had to put dishes away and just keep rotating out of what's in the dish rack. I was looking online. There's a bunch of good deals for dishwashers for Black Friday. And like even some places like Home Depot, I think it was, or maybe it was Frigidaire's website. I think it was Frigidaire's website that was showing that like all month long it's Black Friday sales. Dishwashers are decently priced right now. Which my dishwasher hasn't worked in like 5 or 6 years. And since I have to wait for the French anyway, because it's just in the mercy of like, I don't know, the county's hands or whatever. I don't even know who it is. I'm wondering if I should replace my dishwasher. Maybe I should get a dishwasher for my birthday. I try to like either get myself nothing or something incredibly practical for my birthday. I'm thinking a dishwasher. Don't even use the dishwasher unless you have company over. See, like, I feel like it's pointless too as like a one-person household, but the zoo has bowls too. And I do a sink full of dishes every day because of the zoo, even though I'm a one-person household. But it is like easy peasy to just rotate it out that way. I don't know. But then I would only have to run the dishwasher like every 3 days. And so I wonder which one uses more water. But then like I also hate scrubbing pots and pans. I don't know. It's a very like silly frou-frou la-la thing. Like, oh, I don't want to scrub the pots and pans. Maybe I should get a dishwasher. But I'm kind of tired of it. I like saving myself time. I like being efficient. I also don't mind doing hard work, but I'm also kind of sick of doing my dishes. Where you going, Chance? Don't knock over my everything's sitting on the bed. Don't knock over my coffee in the tripod, please. You gonna make your bed? All right, let me secure us here, Chauncey's. He's making his bed. He's making his bed. He's getting cozy. He's getting big cozy. Kind of. And he sits like Eeyore. I saw a little clip and I didn't even realize there was a Christopher Robin movie that came out a couple years ago. It was a butt smell. It smelled like butt. I want to watch it, but it looks sad. It had a Ewan McGregor in it. Thank you, Mashton. That's what we were going for tonight. Like race car, Malibu, Barbie, Harley. I don't know. I found a fun shirt in the kids section at Target, and that's what the outfit is based around. Usually I try to go off of like fan art or like an comic cover. I almost said album cover. You still got one little spot on your skin. But we went for an OG look tonight. A closet cosplay. Back to our closet cosplay roots. Oh, why thank you. Why thank you. I like cosplaying as Harley. I was thinking about that when I was driving yesterday too, because I was on the road for so long and I have shower thoughts while I'm driving. I good. Don't knock over my coffee. Thank you. And I think I've mentioned to you guys, I don't know what I want to do with my hair right now, like my hair under this wig, my actual hair. But I don't know. I was thinking if I did go blonde, then it would be so easy to do all of the Harleys that I like to do because I would just have to buy different extensions that would be like, kid, you are right next to my coffee, bro. You're going to knock it over. Let me move this or hold it. There we go. It would be easy peasy lemon squeezy to do so many Harleys because I could just clip in different colors and it would be fine. Like, blonde is not, from what I remember when I've been blonde in the past, it's not hard to match. Like, as long as you get it, like, super blonde enough, then you just have to go with, I think it's number 613. I think it would be an interesting choice. I just don't want to go through the awkward era. But that's okay. We'll see. It's a thought. It's a possibility. I like him too. He was in the Moulin Rouge, but he was in another movie I really liked. Stardust, I think it was. I think that's based off of a Neil Gaiman story, actually. But that one was awesome. We rented that movie while I was sick. I think I had like the flu or something. And I watched it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again for like 3 days. Christopher Robin was poignant. I feel like it's gonna make me cry because like the 1 minute clip of it that I saw, like just of mashup scenes, had me in tears. Oh my goodness. Oh, The Golden Compass, I think that's a book too. I didn't read it. I'm pretty sure it's a book. I don't know if the book got popular with the movie, if it is a book. But I did not actually see that movie. Is it worth watching? It's so weird. At the time that it came out, I was spending a lot of time at my godmother's house, and my godmother had not yet become like crazy religious, but her sister had, and she like kept going on about how like her kids weren't allowed to watch the Golden Compass, and it's the devil and it's witchcraft or like something or another along those lines of like it's against God. And we like totally missed out on it in that era simply because I was spending a lot of time with them. And then I completely forgot about it. Stardust was good though. It was very cute. I feel like Chauncey is settled. So I think we're good. I want to try and play some of the Dark Anthology tonight. And felt like they were hoping to do a sequel, but it never happened. Oh. Does it have like open-endedness to it? All I remember like getting an impression from seeing like the trailers was that it seemed like a very vast storyline. It came out around the same time as the Chronicles of Narnia too, I believe. And it seemed very similar to that, but I think that's just like the presence of all the animals. I'm gonna bop these back into the stream room. I think Chauncey is all good. They're like the cutest little cow spots. Little peanut shape for No Nut November. Put this back over. It builds a lot and doesn't really resolve. Oh. Are the special effects good though? It looked very, very fanciful. Boy is on the tent. What am I stepping on? That's an antler. Whatever sound reindeers make. If you're in the Santa Claus. Chauncey, we love you. You are safe. You are okay. I am home with you. You're all good, my dear. All good. All good to go. Hopefully, you can relax a little bit now. It'll be good. Hello, Slavka. Hello, Gunther. Boya has made his way into the tent for the night. Boya has entered the tent, not the chat. Gunther is on his way shortly. Right now, he's cozy and shit. It was a pretty good movie. It looked interesting. We shall have to put it on the ever-growing list. Okay, let me switch us back here. Boop. Wonderful. And there's a little doorstop right now. He sure is. He says, I shall keep the Slavkas at bay. I shall keep everything okay. He's so silly. It's so silly. Silly sillies. Off, off, off. Some Dark Pictures anthology. A little bit of True Crime Thursday. Finally! I put in the stream title last week and then we didn't end up playing games. And I was like, wow, I'm a liar. That's cool. Awesome. Awesome. We up our count on both counts here. Thank you again so much, Sargenix. You are awesome. We are 2 out of 3 subs away from our next Harley cosplay. And up by, drumroll please, 4 out of, who knows, subs to donate to Pause for a Cause. Forgot to finish the rest of that there. And Nas. That's kind of like a mush mouth situation to all say together. My screen is kind of mush mosh right now, but we're gonna rock with it. Oh, I have an idea for how I can set up the baby's cam. I have an idea. An idea. I swear that's an OBS issue. I don't think my mouse would pull that intently. Oh, that's crookedy. There we go. I feel like there's a chance you're catching up with some of the older movies and shows. Maybe a pipe dream, but I believe. I feel like at some point, and I'll probably be like 100 by then, I'll just be like settled enough to where be able to sit down and like chronologically go through it all. It's highly unlikely. Is it not on Plus anymore? No. I'm gonna scream. Wait, I need cute kittens and then everything will be okay. It will be okay. I feel like at the very least, older media tends to stick in your head more than newer media. So you're more likely to remember it when you're looking for something to watch of like, oh hey, for years I wanted to watch XYZ. Instead of like, oh, here's this brand new show that has been shoved in my face. I don't really have the mood for that. Are you really? No, cute kittens. Cute kittens, Serena. Do you know how to operate functionally? I don't know where Daisy is. Oh, Daisy's squirreling around. She's funny. Little silly bean. Can put them like that. And then I'm just like space maxing like a motherfucker on my screen right now. Jesus Christ. You guys have trained me well. Too much stuff hurts my head now and it used to not. My screen used to be so terrible. Now this is too much, and that's like nothing. Oh god. Let me see if I can find what it looked like when I first started streaming on Kick. I found it the other day when I was keywording or search keywording Xbox for whatever reason. That's so much stuff. Who needs all that on their screen? I know at another point it was even worse too. I had stuff across the bottom. But I don't know what keyword to look for that one. It was bad. It was very bad. Alright, why? Why I cannot use this content? Those are fine. Are these all not fine? It's not okay. Oh, so many of them are locked now. Wolfenstein is finally locked again. God damn it. It's off of Plus now, I think. Thursday Star Wars? Maybe. We double check, but I'm pretty sure. Stinky. Lame. Stinky. Daisy is such a little rat. She is so silly. Where is there? Doot 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 doot. Hi, Mom. Darn Sony anyway, right? Oh, not available for purchase? Or are they only releasing it as a bundle now? It says game bundle. I wonder with the new one coming out, if that's why they changed that. You're not able to purchase this product for the following reasons. You already have Dark Pictures Anthology, Little Hope. Is that one still on Plus? House of Ashes. Where's the other ones? Man of Medan. The Devil in Me. Where's Little Hope? I don't know if they're confused or if I'm confused. I was gonna say, is there a search thing? Okay, it is there. So we can play this one, but we're fucked out of the other one? I don't want to just start... Damn, this is a fat game. 63 gig. I don't want to just start it and then have it go away like tomorrow. Does anyone know if PlayStation, Sony, whatever, releases like... Oh, like Netflix warns you when shows are leaving or whatever. Like for how long games will be on Plus? Does anyone know? I have curiosities. I'd like to start it, but like if I'm not gonna finish a game, I want it to be because I'm really bad at it, not because it gets taken away from me. Might be monthly when they change stuff. Some things are monthly, and then other things last for like 6 months. Like we've had Wolfenstein on here for forever and ever and ever and ever. And that one's finally off of there this month. I wonder what the stipulations to that are. That's so weird. Oh. I don't know. I'm 50-50. Either we can start this one and potentially have it ripped away, or play some Star Wars. I haven't played any Star Wars in a while. I don't know what feels best. Void looks so poised up there. I don't think anything is set in stone. It depends on the individual licenses. That makes sense. They'd probably have like a flexible contract too. Like if Xbox suddenly reaches out and is like, we'll give you 50% more. That's an exaggeration, but whatever. They can probably scoot over to them pretty easy. I don't think unregulated is the right word, but I don't feel like there's a lot of, I guess for lack of better words, regulation? I don't know the word I'm looking for. In how games get divvied out. I did try contacting my bank about the Xbox thingy. Oh, thank you so much, Get Some. You were awesome. Thank you for the host. Welcome, welcome. I'm crying about which game I want to play. Show cats. 1, 2, 3, 4. Voya's in the tent. He's ready for bed. He's ready for Zeke time. 5, 6, 1,000. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful night tonight. Kitties everywhere. The babies are sleepy. They just played and ate. They're sleepy peanuts. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, chicken nuggets. I don't know what I want to do. Either everything else from this series has left PlayStation Plus. So either we start this one tonight and potentially have it ripped away, or play Star Wars. I don't know which. I don't know which. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. To choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Hello, hello, welcome. Hope everyone's having an amazing Purrsday. Purrsday. Only watch. I'm not streaming in bikinis right now. There's no shade. It's just chatting. Jesus. It's not goon territory. You're good. Well, I mean, like, I feel like all of Kick is goon territory. Anything is goon territory if you think too hard about it, but... Only watch for the cats. Honestly, like, that's the highest compliment. I'm just here because I know how to press buttons and I have thumbs. Everything else is for them. Everything else is for them. I hope the week's been kind to everybody. Whoa, Void. That's a very, very ambitious move. Mama Kitty on the rise over here. She's so silly. I have it in my stream title. Or maybe everyone else does too. I don't know. Thumb fetish acquired. That's not how you thumb wrestle. You can't thumb wrestle yourself. Unfortunately. Apparently it's bath time at the top of the chair. I don't know. It is No Nuts November, where all subs, kicks, bits, pieces of my soul, everything. Everything. Blood, sweat, and tears. Not that, but we might have some of those. Will be donated to Nas and Pause for a Cause. And then next month for Christmas, we're going to do Chicago Animal Care and Control and Pause Chicago. Void was feeling neglected with all the Kimtons napping. She was. Is she sitting on one of them? Either Stripes or Nibbler was up there. Is she next to her or on her? Oh, she's in front of her. Okay. They're readjusting. I make dollars because they make sense. Daisy is now inspecting the chair. They're so silly. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you so much for taking the time to stop by. When I drove the other day, I had another big ride earlier this week because I had a procedure. Every single, I don't think I've ever noticed this before, but I also don't look around a lot when I'm driving. I'm like focused on the road. Every single little gas station, side spot, whatever, have slots at all of them. Is that happening everywhere? Is that happening by you guys? I don't ever remember seeing slots or video gaming everywhere. Which, bless my heart, the first time I saw a video gaming sign, I was like, oh, so they have like Xboxes and things in there? And then sure enough, when stopping in the gas station, it's slots. I thought it was like, I don't know, like a gamer cafe, like set up inside of the gas station for whatever reason. I don't know. It's the modern day. I'm sure there are many truck drivers that enjoy a good controller mash. Not near you. I wonder if it's just a Midwest thing. Because I'm in Illinois. And when I drove up towards Wisconsin, it was very prevalent. But it has never been so prevalent out here before that I've ever noticed. I do like penny slots, though. I've given away any gambling earnings that I've ever gotten playing penny slots. It's hard to say. I sent them as souvenirs. Like, didn't even cash them in. Thinking back, that was kind of silly, but that's okay. Slots are the devil's game. Every once in a while, I open Stake and I let the boys play a little bit. They choose a game for me. I let them press on my phone. Like, okay, let me see if you have the will to win us $1 million. Yeah, like the internet cafes, like that. I really thought that would be like a thing. Because it said video gaming, not slots. But no, it was slots. Not in Cali either. You can only gamble on the Native American plots. That's interesting. It's everywhere here now. Like everywhere. Everywhere. City and suburbs. Oh my god. I'm sure you weren't. I'm sure you weren't at all. You were doing a wholesome baking stream. You were baking cookies, right? Are you sending some my way? What is Keno? If that's simple to explain. I've heard of it. It's available as like an option at many campsites to play. But I never figured it out and I never played it. Just baking the biscuits? Aw. Keno's where you pick up to 10 numbers from 1 to 40. Ah, no wonder it translates so well to campsites. Incoming wall of text. Bring it. Bring it. And it randomly picks 10 numbers. That's cool. I feel like that's good odds, but I feel like that's how everyone develops a gambling addiction. Probably shouldn't go down that road. Need water. Never too much coffee, but need water. Boy, are you being a little guardian over here? You're so silly. I feel like that would be good odds. Now, what have they chosen recently? I don't use my own dollars. You get $1 every time you sign into Stake. It's a daily bonus or something. I don't know. I don't use my dollars. That's silly. So did it show you recently? They were playing Hot Rocks. They were playing Sleepy Grandpa. And apparently all of the other ones are not available anymore. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't know things. Expecting a larger explanation, even some math even. No, I feel like I could even play Keno. But the way it's always been laid out to me is a way that I didn't understand. And literally just that one line of text made it make sense instead of reading so many lines of text of how to. I think it's part of the MFC wiki, honestly. Or maybe it's part of the Charles Bot Wiki. I don't know. The kittens are doing very well. Thank you for asking. Do what you gotta do, King. I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. The host. I'm never gonna get that right in between here and Twitch. Thank you for coming by and bringing your friends to the party. That's what we're gonna start saying. Sleepy Grandpa, I think so? I don't know. Should we play a little bit? Should we do a gambling stream? For like 2 seconds. I don't even know if I'm logged into Stake on here. I don't know. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. Let's see what's up with Sleepy Grandpa. Because it's been mentioned now. Hot Rocks is trash. Oh. Well, Voya, you chose trash. 90% of the slots aren't available in the US. Why? Is it because of US currency? That's so weird. I will question everything. Don't let me keep you from doing whatever you have to do. That's why we use VPNs. Ah, that's too much trouble when you're just letting the cat pick the gambling game. Boy, is the new garbage cat for picking trash. Charlie's now the sink cat. America has more regulations for gambling. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Over the past 2 years, we've had a lot of like changing of regulations with like Visa and MasterCard. And all of that fun stuff. I wonder if that would factor into it. Most USA states are anti-gambling laws. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, it's pretty normalized in the Chicagoland area. Like, you can go out on the boat. You can go to like a couple different casinos. I don't really know how it is I don't know how it is other than in Chicago or Vegas. So that's probably like a really bad start for understanding how it works anywhere else. Probably very spoiled into thinking like you can just do whatever you want. Whoopsies. Phoebe got a Librella shot today and I was looking it up earlier. Let's see if I can smush this down in the most unawkward way possible. Maybe. Oh, that still doesn't shrink in how much I want it to. There we go. Suck my dick. Is it still gonna be way too big? You can shrink the screen. Did not know that. Oh, am I human? Am I? Is it okay? In Massachusetts, there's like one casino in Boston. That's it. Then online, which is legal, use loopholes. That's so goofy. Why is the world so weird? Just in terms of like not setting it up in a uniform fashion. Are you really just not thinking I'm human? Oh, I'm not logged in. I don't think I've ever used Stake on the computer. Except like maybe to set up the affiliate link. Was there just no casino before that? Maybe legislation changed? Do I have to put us in the Gamba category? I don't feel like this really qualifies as Gamba. Why are you gonna email me a code? It's a waste of both of our times. Rude. Rude. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. Is a choose your own adventure. And thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Some rich dude probably lobbied to get it approved. Probably. That would not surprise me. I remember Sleepy Grandpa was cute. I do not take this seriously at all. Do not judge. I am a noob. I know nothing. Make you smaller? Can you actually see things? Need to make it a little bit smaller. Sleepy grandpa. I think some of them make sounds. Let's do that. Real play. I just hit the bonus every day at the same time. Like around noon when the dogs are outside going potty, I hit the bonus button. Oh, why is this one so big? Will it adjust smaller? Yeah. Oh, it says stupid music. I like it. Yeah, but you can only withdraw in crypto, and that's like annoying. It takes me like 10 minutes to figure that out every time I do it because I don't really fuck with crypto that much. I just let it grow. I don't really fuck around with it. But I just hit the bonus button every day for like a couple of months now, or a few months. I don't know. However long is like probably about 150 days because I let the boys play every once in a while. Like the house always wins. Yeah, you just have to click the daily bonus button. It's at the top where like you see your wallet. I don't know. There's another site too, Pulse. I think, see, I knew I would end up saying other things. I think if you're in the gambling category, you can only talk about stake. I don't actually know. I don't know. I don't know things. I think there's only approved sites that you can talk about. I don't know. That one you can get a daily bonus on too, and the boys like playing a couple games on that one. So it's like, if it's not my money, and like heaven forbid we win like dollars, you know? Like you never know. But it's not my money that I'm playing with. Never. One of the reasons it's legal in America. Oh, God. Oh, Twitch is weird about it. Okay. That's interesting. Finally, the boys are earning their keep. I mean, maybe. It's the same thing as buying lottery tickets, but I'm not paying for it. Like, it's a waste of time, but... how do I adjust? I always bet with the lowest amount. Like, I am not shit. Does that spin it? I think? Yeah. I don't know how to do this on the computer. I just know how to let the boys press buttons. Kick doesn't care about anything. I mean, well, they do if you get reported for things, unfortunately. Whether it's righteous or not. That's the only time they care, is when someone says, "Excuse me, this is bad over here." See, I feel like that's the way to do it. Like, if you're gonna do it off of the rewards that you've either gotten in the past or, like, that you can just earn passively. Like, the daily bonuses. I click them every day, and then whenever I want to fuck around with it, we do it, and just let the cats choose. Because they know more than me. I don't know. They know things. Maybe. You never know. Reported. Do it. She's playing slots outside of the gambling whatever thing. I am doing many things right now, Kick. You can calm down. She is a woman of many motions. Where's the baby's cam? I'm gonna scoot it up. There it is. I don't know where Daisy booped off to. She's silly. The kittens are doing really good. I don't remember if I mentioned that earlier. They're very wild. They're zoomy beebs. Ooh, it's a sparkly thing. Voya likes that sound. He likes that sound very much. I don't know what that means. Oh, we get 10 free spins. I don't know what that says. I'm not wasting my time reading it. Cool. I don't know what that did. She's in already. This is my first time doing this myself and not just leaving it up to the cats. It's weird. I'm sweating a little bit. That was some Sleepy Grandpa deep lore. Well, I missed it. Sleepy Grandpa is cute though. Do we get more free spins? I don't know what it's doing. We're down to 110. Like, we're down already. I'll take it down to like 105 at the most. And then we're done with steak for the night. I'd like to keep $100 in there just in case I want to rip it out as crypto for something. He's a hard worker, he is. He picked a good game before. He didn't win anything big though. I mean, yes, it's only 8 cents, but you gotta stay rational. You have to stay overly rational, I feel like, when it comes to gambling. I don't have an addictive personality, but I feel like, I don't know, it's so fun and colorful. And especially because it's free dollars. I could probably let myself do this all night if I really tried. And I don't want to do that. That's not mentally healthy for me. Not shading anyone who does, but that's not healthy for me. Maybe just other game, hardworking grandpa. I feel like hardworking grandpa would be a better game. So in our free spends, we got 676. So what, we have 17 now? Or am I wrong? Yay! Look at us, we're up. I feel like this is like penny slots if you just do the minimum. It's 10 cents, but still, dime slots. We're at Master Chief dollars. Let me move this over here, actually. It looks like I'm just staring off into space. Need to be more mindful of orientation of screen. There, now it looks more like I'm looking at what I'm already looking at. Can you stop it early by pressing the stop button? Oh, you can. That did nothing. I was just curious. That was a waste. Master Chief! No, I can't spin it again for a moment because it's still at Master Chief. The next spin will take it below Master Chief. Sad. Sad. I don't know. I have like the most frugal mindset. Not the most, maybe, but quite a frugal mindset. It's not even my dollars, and it like makes me sweat. I feel like I'm losing money. It's not even my. It's free dollars. Come on now. I don't know what those mean. They're cute little pictures. Oh, it reveals the thing behind it. It didn't match to anything though. Do 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 do. I feel like productivity wise, I feel like I could be doom scrolling and it would be like the same amount of dopamine. Less nerves though. And 5x what? Oh, we're back to Master Chief. Master Chief! Oh, I'm sorry, Voya. Voya just gave me the dirtiest look. I'm sorry I screeched. I'm sorry I exist. The sheep are so cute. The little lammies. I came across a reel of a dog the other day that had the same lamb toy that I gave to my niece when I didn't know it was a dog toy. And that was humbling. It was very humbling to see. It was incredibly humbling, actually. Voya, what do you think? Is this one good or should we pick another one? He's slow blinking at it and things happened. I think that's good. I think. Maybe. Running around the house saying, Master Chief! I was trying to sleep and probably give you a dirty look too. I mean, fair, honestly. I'm lucky I live alone. Zeke is probably quite confused. Give your niece a dog toy is diabolical. Okay, hear me out. I was stopped at Petco. I know that's a pet store. But it was right in the front of the store at Easter time. And it was in like a giant like bin. And it was a big plushie. Like a big like oversized plushie. Like didn't look dog toy sized. I don't know. It was very soft. It was very snuggly. Like I really thought it was so, because it was around Easter time, like so you could buy this for your kid and then like your kid is distracted while you're going through the store and like buying stuff and then whatever. You just check out and it's a kid's toy. I don't know. I didn't really think it through. It wasn't a very well thought out choice. But I bought it for her and I gave it to her after school and she hugged it and it squeaked. She was like, in the nicest way, she was like, is this a dog toy? And I was like, you know, I got it at Petco. I didn't think it was, but I think it might be now. But she was like, it's okay, I still love it. Like, she loved it. She loved lambs. She loves lammies. But I accidentally bought her a dog toy. But it was a big plushie. Like, I would snuggle with it and sleep with it. But it had a squeaker. Oopsies. It was a cute little lamb. It was just a cute little lammy toy. Like, I really thought it was just like a child distractor. Now I know they don't sell things for humans at Petco. Like, ever. Ever, ever, ever. They have the cutest jackets at PetSmart right now for the dogs. I keep having to remind myself that I do not need more sweaters for the dogs. But they're so cute. They're so cute. We gotta put Ringo in the Santa suit this year. If it even fits him. He might be too big for it. Or it might be too small on him. I wonder. I want to get them DNA tests for Christmas. Find out who their daddy is. No, I'm just kidding. I want to know what the hell Ringo and Diesel are. I feel like it would be good to know with them too because they're large breeds. Ooh, what does that mean? I don't know why, but that reminds me of the Snapchat filter that would vomit rainbows. It does like the same sparkly sound. We're down to 116. Correct me if I'm wrong also. I feel like this is speculatory, so maybe we can't. I feel like playing sporadically versus like constantly for something like this is like a higher chance of winning. I don't know why I think that's true, but I do. Like only playing ever so often, they're gonna want you to win to like reel you back in more, right? But if you play a lot, they know you're already hooked. That's my theory. Don't tell Eddie. Saving the RTP up. What's RTP? I'm thinking in like D&D terms where that would mean like roll to play. I don't think that's even a D&D term, but it sounds like it would make sense. Which in my mind therefore makes it true. Boy, a sleepy grandpa is making you sleepy. You're gonna take down the tripod there, darling. Return to player. Think how much money you get back for what you spend. Ah! Oh, they probably don't want me to win anything because I'm using bonus dollars, not my dollars. Gonna start a D&D party named Roll to Play. I mean, there's a couple of like, I don't want to say D&D lounges, but like cafes that have D&D tables and do D&D nights out here. And they're really cool. They've like opened up like since the pandemic, which is really exciting. I've never been to one, but I want to, but I don't have anyone to go with, and I'm too scared to go by myself, even though it's probably a bunch of other people that are awkward about making friends, but I don't mean to assume, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm socially awkward. I feel like it'd be fun to go, but I'm afraid. But that would be a cute team name. role to play. That would be a cute store name. I'm not gonna open one, but if I were to, that'd be cute. One of them has a really cute name that I like, but it's really close. Like, walking distance. I don't want to say it. But I'd love to share it, but I don't want to say it. Do, 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 do. I mean, we're not doing terribly, but I don't feel like it's hard to not do terrible if you're only going 10 cents at a time. Slow roll, the lack of agony. Sparkly! What are those? Are they purple light bulbs? Or is that the letter Q? Because there's letters up there. That's confusing. Bloop. Sleepy Grandpa make you sleepy? Boy is being so cute right now. He's just observing my every doing. He's like the dad over your shoulder while you're doing a project. You're very silly. Oh, I was at the Dollar Tree the other day, and I found some stockings for the buddies. I was looking for one for Zeke, and then for the babies too, but I already have small ones, so I think those will be fine. Assuming they're still here around Christmas time. I thought about that, like they could be adopted by then. Sad. But also good. They need to get adopted. I found for Ringo and Diesel. Oh, we can't see it very well. Let me move this out of the way. It's a little Voya. Voya already has a stocking, but I think I'm gonna switch out his for someone else's. Look how cute that is. I mean, it's like, it's dollar store quality, okay? Like, it's not great. It's nothing to write home about. But it's so cute. It's so cute. Oh, it's so cute. I wish they had blank ones that you could, like, paint. We could make all the kitties. I suppose we could paint those, but that's... We're already painting ornaments. That's hefty effort. You go to the UK, you want to go to their Dollar Tree? What's different about their Dollar Tree? I'm so curious now. I like the Dollar Tree. Blurp, blurp, blurp. What else did I find that was cool there? Whoa, big sparkly. I don't think that did anything. It's either called Poundland or Pound. Either way, it's funny. That's hilarious. That's phenomenal, actually. My next question is everything still, well, not $1, I guess €1? Or is it €1.25? Oh, Dollar Tree has changed so much more. It's not just $1.25. It's, some things are $1.25. Some things are $1.50. Some things are $2.25. Some things are $4. Some things are $5. Some things are $7. Some things are $9. The Dollar Tree is not the Dollar Tree anymore. The Dollar Tree was one flat thing. Up to $1.25, okay, I get it. And they're like trying to expand their merchandising, etc., to make things more accessible, blankets, home decor, whatever, etc. Awesome, you can furnish your whole apartment from the freaking Dollar Tree, basically. But everything's supposed to be one price. It breaks my brain. I don't want to have to double check price things when I'm at the Dollar Tree. I almost grabbed a roll of paper towels It was literally a 4-pack. And it was $9. And I was like, oh god, never mind. It's way cheaper to buy. I assume they still accept it in some places. There's probably some kind of currency exchange internally like that. The pound. Oh. Oh, that's why it'd be called Pound Land or the Pound Town. I just laughed because it sounded like... That's where I was at for that one. The British pound. That's interesting. That's weird they don't use the euro anymore. But I guess it kind of makes sense. I find it very surprising how many other countries do use the euro. This is just making me sleepy. Get to 113. I'm done. 113 is the bottom. The music is too relaxing. I used the euro briefly, like 5 to 10 years. That would be like honestly the only timeline where I would have had any awareness, possibly, of what the currency is, because that would be like my work timeline of like the last 10-ish years of being online and meeting people from like different countries, different places, etc. Like that knowledge would not have mattered to me prior to that, so I would have never learned prior. That's interesting, actually, how that timeline matches up. Oh god, that's something. Oh wow, I am a sleepy girl. Oh no, I only slept 4 hours this morning and I didn't take a nap this afternoon. I was nervous about Chauncey going in. I didn't sleep good last night. I've used the pound for the last 5 years. I wouldn't know the currency exchange then. Way back in the dawn of everything, I used PayPal, etc. very carefully. Very, very carefully. But not in many, many, many years. And that's how I only knew the difference in dollars for things. And I have some friends in Canada I'd send money to, but that's a different dollar. That's Canadian dollar. So you see the currency exchange. However many hundreds of years before that. That's so silly. I don't understand the world economics. I barely get through the US economics. It is not for me. My brain just doesn't wrap around it. Wraps around vertical flying farm animals. Sleepy grandpas. Not world economics. Now we got a bone. Well, now it gives us free spins. It heard me. It heard me say 113 is the end. Alright, let's see what the free spins do, and then I'm out of here. Voya left the desk. He took all the good luck with him. It was for his benefit anyway. Oh, is that a good one? Maybe? Cool. I can't even remember any time that I've watched the last of the news. I think the only time, honestly, I watch the news anymore is whenever we have an election and the debates are on. Or there's bad weather. That's really the only time I tune into, like, anything CNN-y or Foxy. Get back to above Master Chief! Right? That'd be cool. I like my fun little passive dollars. plus 3 free spins and all wins times 2. OMG. Like, I can totally see, like, why people get hooked on this. You just need a little bit of dopamine to keep going. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I like his little heh. It sounds like my heh. And that's not great, but it amuses me. Doubled? Maybe? I don't know. I think that's the longest I've heard bells for. That's exciting. I don't know how many of the free spins it's done. Oh, it shows, I think, a counter on the side. Maybe. Yeah. He's so funny. Whoosh. When you fill up the side, I think it multiplies the coins. Oh no shit! I was wondering what that was. I thought it was just a spin counter. That makes a lot more sense. Because I think we got 2 or 3 bonus earlier, and then just maybe 3 more bonus now. I'm Jesus take the wheel on this one. Hands off. Hands free, BB. Woo! Oh, what's it doing? I don't know what it's doing, but cool. Ah, 1716. That's satisfying. Voya take the wheel. Voya snorted out his last of good luck here before he went on to mealtime. Dang, we did good. In free spins. I love free dollars. I love it. Cool. Now we're 242. I think we're good there for the night. Voya left. I don't want to do this without him. That's just depressing. Free is good. Free is good. Where did anything go? What are we at? 142.10. Decent. Decent. And I thought 111 was lucky. We did good. High five, Club Colt. We did really good. We did really good. Was there something I was gonna pull up earlier? I feel like there was. That was fun. That was cutesy and adorable. It was very sweet. I don't remember what it would have been. What does this mean? Yeah, I don't think I play enough. I don't think we're gonna do that. Oh, I didn't do it today. Shame on me. Dang. Now it has to be midnight nights instead of noons. There I was touting my amazingness. Now I have to do the other one too. So they sync up. Because if they're sideways, then I'll forget them. I don't know. I like free money. It's... You can either go through life like a bull in a china shop, or you can mosey through carefully. I like to mosey through carefully. Free coins. It was after I was on stake for a while doing that I realized that, like, oh, there's more places that you can do this on. This was the other one that I found that I trusted. So that one's been like, I don't know, probably 50 days instead of 150 days. Because Voya has played a few games on here too. What is it previously played? I feel like we've played on this one more than stake. Those are the ones Voya's playing on there. 3 pots of potions. Pulse diamonds of liberty. Spooky spooky. Cat's blessing. 3 chilies joker. Oh my goodness, golly. We have a few minutes. Let's look at the intro for that other Dark Pictures anthology game. Like, just let it start and give us the background and see if it's worth actually jumping into. I feel like that's the best way to do that. To fulfill the true crime Purrsday and picturing a dark past to that grandpa. That shovel he was holding, he just buried a body. Buried the granddaughter's new boyfriend out back. Took care of Mr. J for me. I'm so sad the other ones are on. I was really enjoying the other one. We were so close to the end, I think. That's a bummer. That's a big bummer. Boo. Bandai Namco. Oh wait, if I post the stream to YouTube, does YouTube have rules about gambling? Is YouTube like Twitch that way? Like, I flag all of my content 18 plus anyway. I feel like that suppresses it enough to make like mostly anything fine. Which, like, that suppresses it, but oh well. I'd rather be heavily suppressed than have 12-year-olds see things that they're not ready to see. There we go. Not that they shouldn't see, but not in a stage of life to see. This is so obnoxious. As long as you don't promote a code or a site. Oh, okay, cool. I won't put the little stake thing in it then. Just playing on it and talking about it is fine. Nice! That makes me happy. Oh, now we gotta see how blind I am. I think I had the last one turned all the way up. I'm just gonna turn this one all the way up for the fun of it. Oh, there's only trial mode for this. These are breaking my heart. I'm very emotional this week. And this is making me emotional. The anthology. Is this going to open up, like, all of the games? Oh, no, it's going to open up the little picture gallery. I knew what that did. I just didn't consider it. Only does trial mode. That's not even, like, worth it. Maybe. I don't know. If we open the trial mode of this, then counting the one that's going to come out next year, we'll have played 3 out of the 5. So I guess if I like the trial mode of this one, then probably buy the bundle whenever the new one comes out. Maybe it is worth trying trial mode. Then we'll just revisit these. I really enjoy these. When I was away from you guys, I was really craving Until Dawn, and I wanted to play it and stream it. That's what I wanted to do with my time while I was away. Welcome, Panda. How are you doing tonight? I'm sad! Kind of. I'm being dramatic. The Dark Pictures anthologies are being offloaded from Plus, and this trial is the only one that's left. Forgiving. I'm sad. We didn't finish the other one, and I was loving it, and we were so close. Stinky. Very stinky. Sad. Oh, we can't see my tattoo with my band-aid. There we go. Sad. Little hope. That's what I have right now. Little hope. Roadside Diner. What's the synopsis for this one? Oh god, that struck him. Itchy ear? You're okay, baby. Voya's back in his tent for the night. He's so funny. Oh, Little Hope serves as the sequel to The Man of Medan. Set in the fictional eponymous? I don't know how to say that. Town located in Massachusetts, the game follows 4 college students chaperoned by their professor. After their bus crashes in the area, the group finds themselves trapped within Little Hope, an impenetrable fog. As they explore the deserted town, the characters are pursued by demons, whose appearance are reminiscent in the way of the townspeople of Little Hope's colonial era died. Okay. 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 I'll take it. How many tattoos do I have? That's a good question. I don't have many, but I can never remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like 2 and 1, so technically it's 7, but like it's 1, it's a picture and words. 8. And I don't think I'm missing anywhere. 8? I'm a nerd. This is how you guys sussed out that I was a nerd before I even told you guys. I have the Hidden Leaf Village over there, and then I have Artemis from Sailor Moon on my torso, and I have my dog's paw and a line from the Giving Tree over there. I have a pot leaf on my boob, and that one's a memorial tattoo. The Dark Mark and Boohoo's on both sides of my fingers, but I ripped my fake nail off, so this finger is out of commission. It's out of commission. Oh my god, so my nurse, earlier this week, she recognized my Dark Mark tattoo, which I guess Harry Potter is like a little bit more modern, whatever. I think the first book came out when I was in like 2nd grade. But then I was telling her, like, she asked like what I did for the weekend or something. And I was like, oh, I watched Homeward Bound with my dogs and cats, which I did. I cried through the whole thing. You can't not cry through that movie. It's a good movie. I've never seen the second one, though. I don't know if that one's good. And she didn't know what Homeward Bound was. She was too young. She's in her early 20s, like right out of college girly. Like, she didn't know Homeward Bound. I was like, I think you're too young for that. And that's like one of the very few times that I've had to say that in my life. It humbled me. It humbled me. It humbled me very much. But like, how do you not know Homeward Bound? That's like Cinderella. Like, it gets passed down, like, through the ages. I don't understand. I think Chauncey is panting. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. He's making a weird sound. I don't know what's going on here. Hi, are you okay? You're okay. Here, give me a quick sec to give him a few smooches. I don't know why he's being weird. Are we having weather? I don't think so. He just needs a big hug. He just needs a big hug. I'm gonna check the radar. I don't think we're having weather. Hi, buddy. What's wrong? What's wrong? You're okay. I guess it is rainy. It must be softly rainy then. Yeah, it's wet outside. Okay, I believe him. Chauncey is the most accurate meteorologist, my pipple. Deep rabbit hole with music. Kind of listening to random music with a person and talking about what we think of the song. Music can have different meaning to different people. Oh, definitely. Music reaches deep into your soul. But that's true also. Sometimes people agree on the same thing. and come up with like a speed dating event for people based on music played by each person and see where it goes. That would be neat. You could like do different themed nights and come up with like different playlists for that night. And then like when people find their favorite song in the playlist, that's who they get matched to, and like their second favorite song and third favorite song, etc. I wonder if because opposites attract, that everyone would like the least favorite song. I feel like Harry Potter is very mainstream, but it's also slightly more modern than Homeward Bound, but I was just shocked. Like, everyone knows Homeward Bound. Everyone! Golly, golly, golly. The first one is better than the sequel. I want to watch the sequel, but I wasn't prepared to cry more. I was cried out after that cry. The young people need to know some of the classics. It'll come back in style. Everything comes back in style. It really does. I have so much of my grandma's wardrobe, and literally everything I saw when I dropped a package off at Kohl's the other day is in that style. Like, if I chose to dress nicely instead of, like, the hobo that I post in Discord, I could be so in style right now. It's crazy. I've never been, like, this close to being perfectly in style, in fashion, in my life. I'll have to do a dress-up night. We're, like, business casual. Oh, my goodness. To be real, no clue what that was. Welcome to my life. Welcome to my life. No, Homeward Bound is a really cute story. It's based on a collection of true stories. Someone told me it was a true story once, and I was like, no way! It's not actually a true story. It's based on a collection of true stories. And, let me see if we can pull up the trailer. It's Homeward Bound, The Incredible Journey. And it's 2 dogs and a cat that go cross-country to get to their people. That's cool. I like it. Let me see if I can pull up the trailer here. The trailer. Is there a new one? Why is that 5 years ago? Okay, 1993. Like, it looks like the same dogs.
From Walt Disney Pictures.
I miss you so much.
Left Behind.
Shadow's gonna love it in the country.
But now, after watching it again, I hear Sassy's voice in my head for Charlie. Milo and Otis is so cute. That one's adorable. I like the narration in it. Oh my goodness. It's so incredible. It's such a cool movie. Why is this cropped so weird? What did I come back to? I think updating my computer reverted settings. What the okay. That's better. There are a lot of remarkable things that have happened in the past that a bunch of the people don't know about. Oh god, I'm sure. Our cat Twinkie got out once when I was younger, and we couldn't find him all night. Like, the neighbors were searching and everything. Like, it was a whole ordeal. And he came back in the morning and was just sitting on the sidewalk, and he didn't want to come back inside, and he was being grumpy with my dad, and I really wonder what he did that night. Like, where did he go explore? What did he do?
Far from home. They were determined to find their way back. Now, they
Yeah, unfortunately, the time that Milo and I wish they would, like, redo it. Like, I feel like this is where AI and CGI would really, really, really come into awesome play, is with animal movies. Because then you wouldn't have to have any animal actors. I mean, they're treated better now than they used to be, but that was not well done.
and the forces of nature.
Looking at it from an objective standpoint than an amusing standpoint, Milo and Otis is a bit heartbreaking.
Miss Shadow, Mom.
It would be an incredible journey home,
Maybe that's what I want.
But that would be hundreds of miles.
I recently learned in the Airbud films, especially the later movies, they only gave the puppy the first round of only gave the, like, 30 dogs working on it, like, the puppy is the first round of their shots, especially the parvo shots, and a bunch of them ended up getting parvo because it's a boosted vaccine, I think it is, when it goes out multiple times. A bunch of them ended up dying from parvo, and they literally just wrote it off as, like, a business expense, which is sad. Not to ruin Airbud for anyone, but Airbud has been ruined for me now. I loved the Airbud movies when I was growing up, and now it breaks my heart.
In the classic tradition of Walt Disney Entertainment,
That is really sad. I didn't know that until recently.
the incredible journey.
It was the Snow Buddies one that most of the puppies died on. It's probably not a YouTube video of them. It's probably very suppressed information. I can't find a video, but it's true. Look it up, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Yeah, animals are considered very disposable in most movies, which I find interesting. I don't know. It was a different time of keeping animals in the dawn of movies, but I feel like animals were treated way better in, like, the times of Butch Cassidy and Lassie and all of that fun stuff. And then we got into more modern times, and it's forcing the animal instead of having a trick animal perform. And it's very sad. It's very sad. Like, I recently learned also, I'm breaking everyone's heart tonight, I'm sorry. In Cujo, they have his tail tied down, if you pay attention, in the majority of the movie, because he was wagging his tail happy too much. They have his tail tied down, which, I mean, isn't necessarily cruel or painful, but it's definitely uncomfortable and irritating, at the very least. If you don't consider it cruel, it's at least irritating. All Dogs Go to Heaven is sad for so many reasons. The movie itself and the talking at the end. Because the little girl had already passed away when the male actor had to record his part, and I think he had to do like 50-something takes. I think his last name was Reynolds. I can't remember though. Anyway, the kittens are really cute. And only Stripes or Nibbler remains up there. Little wild beans. Any performative actions here are organic. Fortunately / unfortunately for us all. Boy, are you telling me it's bedtime? He's giving me the look. He's giving me the face. He's making himself known. Daisy says, "Oh, I get fresh food in an hour. I don't want this. I'm too good for that." She is such a princess. I'm falling in love with her. I want to keep her and I can't. I mean, I can, but I shouldn't. I shouldn't. Princess Daisy. She's a darling. I feel like I'm becoming more attached to her, though, because I know, like, 99% that Nibbler and Stripes have a home secured. I'm like, oh, you're the odd one out. I empathize. I'm the odd one out, too. And she's just so cute, and she's a mini chong. You know what I realized the other night, too, is I have sets. Like, literally, I have sets of each kind of cat. There is Marbles and Slavka, who are brown tabbies. There is Munster and Voya, who are gray tabbies. There's Kid and Tank, who are cow tabbies. I would consider Tank a cow tabby. I don't know, up to you guys if you want to consider him that. There is Gunther and Charlie, tuxedos. Sets. And then if you include Zeke and Void, well, Zeke is there, but if you include Void as well, because she'll probably become a permanent fixture, black cats. And then there's Chong, who's just gray and white. He doesn't have a set. Except for with Daisy. But Daisy's gonna have to get adopted. My goodness. Welcome, Jeritus. How you doing tonight? I hope the fall has been kind to you. They're so cute. They're the most adorable. Is that what you say instead of pss, pss, pss? In Latvia, you do kss, 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 kss. Oh my goodness. Are any of the cats a Maine Coon? I think Marbles has Maine Coon in her because she's big. And I suspect Chong has some Maine Coon in him because he's so floof. I don't think little kid would because he's so small. Maybe he's secretly a dwarf cat. I don't know. Hey, all we can do out here is doing our best. As long as you're doing your best, you're doing good. Proud of you. Kss, kss. That's the sound a possum makes. Do you have possums by you? Possums go kss, 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 kss. I think most people in the US go psst, psst, psst to cats. Oh my goodness. Oh, boo. Possums are really cute. Well, they're kind of ugly, but they're really cute. Go psst, 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 psst. Boy is looking at me like, what are you talking to me for, Mom? Come on now. Possums are American marsupial. They're only in the Americas? That's nuts. Oh, Nibbler was up on the chair. I can see her tail floof. That's interesting. Dwarf cats are so cute, but it makes me so sad that people breed specifically for them because they do have so many health issues. Your cat speaks Chinese. Oh my god, Ringo speaks Spanish. So, I think I told you guys how I found out that him and Slavka originally did come from the truck depot next door where everyone spoke Spanish. There was very little English speaking. Ringo sits for a Spanish sit way faster than English sit. I need to learn more Spanish to communicate with him, but he sits way faster than he should for a different language. And I didn't take Spanish, but Ringo knows Spanish. Once I learned that and the linguistics that he was exposed to, I thought I'd try it. And sure enough. Sure enough. He speaks Spanish. Which, I mean, isn't that uncommon out here, but like, jeez. Jeez. Ni hao, meow. One of the joke cat names is also Chairman Meow. Oh god. That's Voya right now. Well, he's Dusk Man Meow. He's so grumpy. He's so mad at me. He's like, you fucking dumb bitch. It is bedtime. It is time to feed everyone. Alright, Club Cult. It is bedtime and it is time to feed everyone. Thank you all for a wonderful night. He is the silent killer. I feel so safe in this house. I got Chauncey on that end. I got Voya on this end. Ain't no one fucking around here. Thank you all for a wonderful night. Thank you for your chats, your support, your company, and your time more than anything. Thank you for your time so much. It's this finite resource that we only get so much of to do whatever the fuck we want with. The kittens are being wild right now. And thank you for spending whatever free time you have when you are able to over here. I appreciate you, Bubs, for that. You are wonderful. You can make more money. You can make more friends. You can make more superior chapstick. You can make more scrunchies. You cannot make more time. And thank you for yours. Here. Coffee transfer. For just waking up. Thank you for the well wishes for good eeps. I appreciate it. I hope the zoo will sleep well tonight. I hope Chauncey sleeps well tonight. I'm very proud of him. He kept himself together like the last hour, and I appreciate that. I'm very proud of him. He had a rough day today. Had a rough day. Back to the rabbit hole of music I go. Like, whenever people talk about going down a rabbit hole, or whenever I mention it, my brain brings up the image of Blue from Blue's Clues jumping into it, or not. Well, I think Blue jumps into it too. but Steve or Joe or whoever does Blue's Clues now, if Blue's Clues is even still on, also jumps through the picture. And that's what I think of when people say jumping down a rabbit hole. Jumping into the picture. Oh my goodness. He did have a rough day. He was very loud and yodely when the vet called that he was waking up. He was very loud. I need to make cookies or something for my vet because Chauncey is a lot. He's an insurance risk. I don't know if I want to make like cookies or brownies to bring over there, but I want to make some kind of baked good. It's also like the perfect season for that too. It's getting colder out. I'm shedding. That's what I get worried about, falling out around the babies. That's why I vacuum around here. When I'm done with stream. Sheesh. Sheesh. I think he'll be all better by tomorrow. The rain's probably sketching him out though. Brownie cookies. Oh, I could do double layer ones. That would be yummy. Something of the sort. I thought about that earlier today when I was like 30 minutes away from leaving, and I was like, well, I can't make cookies in 30 minutes. But I can make something later this week and then bring it with Zeke next week or whenever I go. Whenever we end up back up there. Oh my god. I think everyone's good for now except Munster needs a dental scheduled and his meds refilled in like a week. And Zeke next week. And Kid needs a dental scheduled. So many fucking dentals this year. I feel like 90%, all of the mature zoo that's like not a baby has gotten a dental this year. Good God. Good God, Lemon. Alright, I need to feed the zoo and make dinner and watch some 30 Rock and go to bed. But thank you again so much for your time. If you guys want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Oh, no, not a Discgorf. I don't know what a Discgorf is, but I meant the Discord. That's what we were going for. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff. The socials. Some more fun stuff. The schedule for... I haven't looked at the schedule in a while. For roughly-ish when I will see you babs next. And thank you for all being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. Thank you for all of your support today. And thank you for being the most amazing, amazing supporters to the kickoff of No Nuts November. Did everything, not just all subs, kicks, bits, blood, sweat, tears, love, everything. Donated to Nas and Pause for a Cause. I kind of thought it would auto toggle it, but I guess if there's two commands in one, then it doesn't really. And that's okay. It just would have been easier that way. You know? So much everywhere. Screen spam, chat spam, every spam. Either Nibbler or Stripes just ran crazy, and I love that for them. Do me one favor before I see you Bebs next. Daisy is so funny. That is, remember that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, spectacular, phenomenal, fantastic, and all of the good things in the world. Take all those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little hoodie pocket, your adorable little shirt pocket, floating in suspended animation, wherever it needs to go. Get 'em, get 'em! Wherever it needs to go until I see you next, you sweet bubbos. Have a beautiful rest of your night. Thank you for bopping around with the zoo with me and attempting games and sleepy grandpaing. Thank you all for a wonderful night back. I look forward to when I see you all next and get some good eeps and good eats the rest of tonight. Shall see you all soon. Thank you again for everything. Club Cult. You are wonderful. Wonderful.